Hello everyone. I should be back or getting back. Not sure exactly how much delay there's gonna be. Uh, but okay. So. Let me try and manage this. You will have me know? Oh, interesting. How did those look? Did they seem like they were good ads? I mean, yeah, I know that, I know you're still in, fuck, what was it? Taiwan, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, also, if you want to come on call, I think I'd initially planned for this to be like Sophia, me, and uh, Toast, but I don't know when Toast is gonna be free. Uh, yeah. So I'm just starting the call now, and yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't want this to be like, oh, you can only come in if you're uh, part of whatever group. Uh, There are a few people who I would not want on this call, but none of them are in my Discord, so yeah. Also, is the sound quality bad on this or anything? I feel like people have mentioned sound not being great from this headset, but yeah, that's good. Main issue is just being intelligible. Yeah, but yeah, uh, I can pull Sophia and you in, and we can, cause so this is my first actual just chatting chat, right? And naturally, I decided to kick it off with a bang by going uh, straight for talking about the black paper and all the criticisms about it. Um, yeah, but yeah, uh, hmm. I'm surprised Sophia hasn't popped in already. But did she say to that she would just come and call, or did she say to yeah give her a call when Toast is ready? Okay. Yeah, it's through Discord. So I don't think there is a Twitch voice chat. So anyone who wants to like join in and just chatting can just jump in the lobby and I'll pull them in. Hello there. Okay. Hmm.
Sorry, it took me a moment to actually plug in my headset.
Ah, yeah, that happens.
Also, I am going to mute your stream because hear my voice over your.
Oh yeah, I definitely get that. That's fine. But yeah.
Sorry, what did you say you were going to play?
Okay, so this is gonna be a just chatting stream, for right now.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, cause okay, so I don't know how aware you are, but there's a bunch of like, how familiar are you with the black paper? Um, cause that's probably a
It
good starting place.
sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't immediately come up with something off my head, so I'm gonna black paper.
Yeah, okay.
Let me
All right.
just make sure I know what it is. Is it about British education?
No.
No.
Okay, so the name, a black paper, is a reference to like white papers, which are common in like British politics in general, and also,
Mm-hmm.
I guess, the British diaspora or whatever you'd call it. Is it or is it diaspora? I can never remember.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
think I've mostly heard it as diaspora or diaspora, but mostly diaspora. Continue, sorry.
but yeah, so the gender acceleration black paper is uh, it was written by Nix, who is someone both Sophia and I know, and it basically is it covers really um, a few things. I'm going to hmm. I guess I'll just leave this like it is, or no. But yeah, so the black paper is basically a gender accelerationist work, which is to say it engages with the ideas of acceleration and how that applies to like patriarchy and gender norms, right? But since it's
Hmm.
but since it's taken from like the CCRU and all that, it's a work of what is called theory fiction. Um, and so what it's doing is generally not simply presenting something as necessarily like this is a uh, analysis of things that are happening, although it is doing an analysis. It's also
Hmm.
trying to engage with like creative writing principles and create a sort of very specific, distinct tone to its work. So one of the comparisons that you might make would be something like Lovecraft. Lovecraft was writing weird fiction, but the weird fiction
Yeah.
also included an analysis of like the world itself in some degree. Uh, so like Earth is such a small little place. It's not really got a whole lot going for it on a cosmic level, which is part of where the entire genre of cosmic horror comes from, right? And so that has its own necessarily attendant philosophy to it. And so you could view Lovecraft as writing works of theory fiction, even if they aren't like necessarily 100% one to one with reality. Yeah, my under
I sorry, continue.
yeah. So I was just gonna say my understanding of the gender accelerationist black paper is that it fits in a very similar role to that. It's trying to be closer to reality than like Lovecraft was, because Lovecraft was primarily trying to be a like fiction author, right? Or,
Yeah.
but both are still using fiction to explore these ideas, if that makes sense.
It does. Although as I was gonna say, I confess that I am probably poorly equipped to have this conversation because I am not exactly a gender accelerationist.
That's fine.
Most, no, no, mostly because it's like, how do I put this? I mean, you know that I'm MB, but
Yes.
I am also non-dysphoric NB, so I don't feel uncomfortable with my assigned sex, gender, and so it's like I am in this situation where it's like I have not bothered telling people in space that I'm MB, which includes my family, who are like status quo conservatives. I mean, my parents are kind of like being gay is okay as long as it's not my children.
Yeah.
Okay, no, they're a bit. No, sorry, they are a bit better than that. Like, they have taken a level of philosophical. Well, if you know, I mean, I mean, obviously, they have taken. They have obviously philosophical level of. Well, my child's gay. Not a lot I can do about that. Just as long as they love who they love. But it's like I think like being transgender is a bridge too far for them.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
as someone who is non-dysphoric NB, I have been described by other trans people as being trans, which is a label that I have not fought too hard against, but which I am uncomfortable about claiming for myself
Mm-hmm.
because it's like depending on which school of gender theory you ascribe to, a significant amount of self-identity relates to shared social experiences, such as the shared experiences of oppression.
Mm-hmm.
And since I am A, non-dysphoric, B, can pass for my assigned sex, and C, generally just not all that eager to share my gender in meat space, it's like if you ascribe to the idea that a component of gender identity has to deal with shared social suffering, then there is a certainly degree to which I am uncomfortable uh identifying as trans, basically.
Okay, so you're uncomfortable identifying as trans because you feel you don't share exactly the same degree of dysphoria and suffering that, say, a binary trans person might?
I think I think it's more it's something more like this. Uh I am very cavalier about this aspect of self-identification because I am not dysphoric.
Mm-hmm.
I simply don't mind if people assume that I am the gender of my assigned sex because yeah.
Okay.
At the same time, I am aware that just as there are trans people who ascribe to true scum.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, who don't ascribe to true scum. There are also people who ascribe to true scum, and I don't agree with the true scum analogy, but I simultaneously am hesitant about thinking that this is my lane.
Mm-hmm.
So I am trying to choose the path of least resistance, so to speak, because I feel like as someone who is non-dysphoric, I should leave this to people for whom this is more important to, and in the process, put a degree of separation between myself and that.
Yeah. So, hmm. I think in general people will say that you may not have dysphoria, but having dysphoria is not like the full extent of transness, right?
Yeah, like I
Yeah,
said, I don't agree with true scum. I just don't feel that it is my place to decide whether or not that is
yeah, so you feel
practice.
you're like unqualified to make the judgments over what is or is not trans? Or
qualified may not be the best word, but I guess it's close enough. I guess it's more like I lack the emotional attachment, and I don't want to offend people for whom this is a very dear subject.
Okay.
When I myself don't have that level of emotional attachment.
Okay, yeah, that I think that makes sense. Um, yeah. Maybe I should ping people in Discord to say I started the Just Chatting stream.
If you wish.
Yeah.
We are chatting about true scum.
Yeah, seems like. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm gonna do this on my laptop rather than my desktop because alts and stuff. Yee.
It's funny that I am on voice right now because it's like I'm invisible, as you have noted,
Oh
and
yeah?
I'm kind of trying. Yeah, I'm trying to kind of sort of take a break from Discord and SV adjacent spaces
Oh yeah,
because
yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Like,
drama.
honestly, I have been vastly reducing my, time in SV. It's spiked recently because
Yeah.
of, like, the new thread policy in, the rad left thread, but, yeah.
Oh no, it's not that. It's my own personal issues and struggles with depression. Um, Very long story short, SV and its adjacent spaces is my primary social spaces, but I am self-destructing spectacularly because of my depression.
Ah, yeah, that's a mood.
Yeah, so it's like I have managed to kind of incur a level of drama that I have incredibly mixed feelings about. Because it's like
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
people have asked me to stop engaging in suicide ideation, which includes
Ah.
joking about suicide ideation. And it's like, I personally feel that joking about suicide ideation is what gets me through moment to moment in the short term.
Yeah, like,
And so, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I feel like anyone who's like, oh, you should stop talking about suicidal ideation is like not really as
Helping?
familiar. Yeah. So, suicidal ideation isn't like something you can stop, right? And
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
I sort of understand on the one side, like, hey, can you stop, like, making jokes about this? There are other people who are suicidally ideating who we don't want to, like, remind,
Yeah,
but.
it's kind of, yeah, for me it's kind of like, I get that no one wants to be around a Debbie Downer. I get that
So I'm making an impromptu video.
no one but me is responsible for my own emotional well-being.
Mm-hmm.
And I get that people have asked me to stop engaging in suicide ideation, which, as you say, I don't think it helps. But it's like, people have asked me. But it's also like, back when I was in uni, before depression hit me full force,
Mm-hmm.
back when I was the one trying to comfort people and trying to tell people not to engage in suicide ideation, it's like, yeah, it's true that I did not always have the emotional bandwidth to be there for people 100% of the time. So I had my own problems. Sometimes I just wasn't emotionally available for people who were in a worse spot than I was. And sometimes I dealt with this with like platitudes or just kind of hugging, just to kind of tide things over for the moment until I could give them my attention. But it's also like, never did I ever think about telling someone who is depressed, I should tell them to stop engaging in suicide ideation because it makes me feel bad.
Yeah, like, that's just not how it works. It's, you can't, just buckle up and stop feeling that. It's,
Yeah.
yeah.
On a semi-related note, have you seen the last remake of Evangelion film?
No, I'd heard about it, and someone did link me towards a place I
I
could watch it.
I recommend it.
Yeah.
I feel like Ano Hideaki hits different now that I'm going through this. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah, I guess I can see that.
Yeah, I kind of feels.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get demonetized by Twitch for talking about? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't
I
take it
have
seriously.
no idea. Honestly, like,
I,
I'm not even sure how
mm,
demonetization would work here, because, like, I'm not running ads, and the only money I've gotten is, like, the 2 people who have subscribed to this, sending me.
this video was sponsored by. Sorry.
Yeah, no. Twitch doesn't really do demonetization. It also doesn't really do monetization unless you're big, so, yeah.
I actually kind of find it funny how attitudes towards monetization has changed over the years. It used to be, oh my god, you sell out, and now it's all like, yeah, no, you need to pay the bills.
Yeah. Yeah, paying bills is good. I think everyone likes to be able to do that.
Also, I am just looking at pictures of cute girls being punished naked.
Oh. Yeah.
In case you need any more demonetization. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Uh,
I mean, I'm not joking about looking at these pictures, but
yeah.
if you.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's fine. I think as long as we don't show that sort of thing on stream, it can be mentioned.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
you're also not controlling the stream, so.
the most I will do is link it over Discord, but
Yeah, yeah.
sorry, I'll be back in just a.
That's fine, yeah. I'm just waiting for Toast and Sophia to show up, which Sophia said to call her, so maybe I should, like, I may actually step out of chat for a second with you to call her and see if that works. So give me just a second to try that. Yeah. So I will be right back. Let's see if... Hello, Sophia.
We good?
Yeah, it seems like Toast is probably going to be here in about another 20-ish minutes. I have Kay in call as well. They seemed sort of interested. Though I'm not sure if they really understand the material we're going to be going over. Yeah.
You have who in?
Yeah, Kay. So just
Okay.
jump in call.
Who's K?
Kay is Kay? There's someone I know. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, it was just
Oh.
calling Sophia. Get her.
All right.
Hey, Sophia. Oh, is that Sophia? Hey, Sophia. It's been a while.
Yee.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, just to wrap up something that I was talking to Vin just a moment ago. It's like I have been talking to people in other spaces. Just like I guess if there's anything I have to think about it, it's like people have just been trying to tell me, don't expect to receive the kindness that from the world that you put in. So
Yeah. Yeah.
it is what it is.
Wait, are we streaming right now?
Yeah, we're in stream right now.
Okay. Perhaps we should save personal conversations for after
Yeah,
that.
sorry, no. I mean, I did personally comment, but it was mostly about depression and stuff. And I now that you're here, I am done talking about it. Not that I'm sorry. It's not that I'm trying to exclude you. It's just it was a line of conversation, and I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just didn't know if you wanted that information out there on a VOD.
It's I'm gonna be completely honest. It's Twitch, and it's like I am not being 100% private with my own depression. So it's like I don't want to spoil things for anyone, but like I am not talking about anything that I wouldn't want to talk about in public. Right now, so
Yeah. Gotcha.
But yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so Toast said she'd be here in 30 minutes, about 10 minutes ago, so about 20 minutes she'll probably be here. I guess, pulled Toast in to, like, help with, addressing the criticisms of GIAC. So I guess, we can go over GIAC, before Toast shows up, and that'll probably be fine. Does that sound good to you two?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
All right. So, how do we want to do this? Do we just want to summarize the bare parts, or?
I mean, I had a couple of ideas. I have the black paper open in stream. That's technically what the stream is seeing right now. So we can just scroll through and address the hype notes, I suppose.
Did you want to let people know in hold up.
You mean like Docord, the XF server,
Yeah.
servers I'm not in at the moment, sort of places, or I probably ought to ping in Doe's Forest. But I think the last ping in there was already me, so yeah. Also, no one checks that channel, so yeah. If you want to mention that it's streaming in a couple of places, then feel free. Right. Actually, I just remembered. I had someone ask me to let them know over here. Right. Okay, drop to the link over there. I guess, might as well let Jackie know that's what I'm doing.
Jackie?
Yeah, Jackie. I mean, you know Jackie, right?
I do. I'm just surprised that you're bringing her up.
Oh, just 'cause She pinged us in another Discord.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was not aware that you found her agreeable to enough to invite her to a stream.
Oh,
I don't know if
I
she'd
didn't
be
know.
interested in being in the stream,
Uh,
but yeah, just letting her know that's what I'm doing and that's why I'm not getting in call.
yeah, it's fair. I'm actually pretty indifferent about her either way. I'm just
Hmm.
surprised that you are bringing her up either way. Sorry.
Well, mostly just to say that's why I'm not.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah. Okay. I've
Also, sorry if my burping is audible. I am drinking.
Yeah. But yeah. So we could go over the highlights, or we could watch. I guess we could watch like Will's audiobook version. If you want to stream that, Sophia, or
I'd rather we just go over the black paper. We can summarize the bare parts of it.
yeah.
We've read it enough times that we know what each section is generally about.
True. Okay, so the first part is basically a history of like computer science, and then it links into computer science and the black circuits, which basically starts the accelerationist analysis. The black circuit is like a cybernetic system, which is to say it's a system of people and machines working together uh, or working towards a common end. So scroll down. Next talks a little bit about gender. And this is where it starts getting into like the actual gender analysis, which can be summarized as the existence of trans people itself sort of damages patriarchal gender norms. So the more visible like trans people, especially trans women, are, the greater the reaction is to them. Like reactionaries will attack them for this, that, and the other, right? And
I think it's important to note the process at hand here is that the damn, I just forgot what I was about to say. Shit.
damn,
Never
Entirely
mind. Continue.
relatable.
yeah. So basically, it's tying trans women to patriarchal norms of gender as something that trans women are intrinsically in opposition to, because patriarchy cannot tolerate the idea that women would be something that someone would attempt to become. Um,
I just
so,
remembered what I was going to say. And it ties into what you just said. Patriarchy also kind of operates on this very carceral and hard definition of what a woman is, based upon her reproductive capability, and it cannot countenance a woman. The idea of woman being a kind of, I hate to say valid, because I hate validity politics, and sorry about my voice, but after what happened last night, I can't yeah.
what happened last
But
night? Or actually,
um,
you can tell me in DMs.
yeah. So it can't countenance the idea of a woman that is incapable of having reproductive futurity imposed upon her body.
Mm-hmm.
Because the entire system is set up based upon, to put this in kind of Marxist terminology, patriarchy exists as a class system. The base of this system is the reproductive patriarchal system in which the gender binary exists as a class system in order to impose a division of labor upon women, based upon their ability to be reproductive capital, reproductive labor, or as sexual commodities. The last of those is pretty easy to go into. I don't think I need to explain it. Reproductive labor would be like mothers. Reproductive capital would be like daughters who can be basically bartered off to son-in-laws. That's basically what the idea is that the son-in-law is also your son, in terms of patriarchal law, in order to facilitate transfer of wealth. And women their value is predicated on these three things.
Yeah.
And trans women, the idea of trans women rejecting one, potentially two, normatively two, makes it an inherent threat to the patriarchal base system if people move away from it.
Yeah. And so basically, the existence of trans women therefore invites reaction, which makes the possibility of being trans more visible to others. Because if there was not the reaction, if it was just like this quiet thing that nobody ever talked about, then it would be harder to know that it's even possible to be trans, right? But because there is reaction, it makes trans people more visible, which makes it more aware that this is a possibility, so more people who are trans will be like, oh, that's what I am. And then this leads to a greater reaction, which forms a feedback loop. As the reaction grows stronger, more people will become aware of transness as a thing, right?
Yeah.
And so this creates a positive feedback loop towards becoming more and more trans over time, I guess. Or not really any individual becoming more trans, but society as a whole becoming more trans. The norms of gender becoming more and more undermined, right?
Yeah.
And so as time goes on, that just becomes more and more of a thing due to how the structure works. And so
All right.
that's basically the idea that's gone into there. And this is tied back to computer science and cybernetics through stuff like the Turing test and passing. So the idea is that the Turing test says that if a computer lies to you or is capable of hiding, then it becomes not a computer but a entity in its own rights, but also being able to hide as a human makes it a inherent threat, right? And so this is tied to the existence of trans women. If a trans woman lies to you, tricks you, then, well, they're a threat to you, which is behind like all the discourse behind fucking this person has snuck into women's spaces. This person is a threat to women, or to men, a threat to male heterosexuality, which is related to stuff like the trans panic defense. If someone thinks, oh, that's a trans woman, I don't want to be gay, I don't want to be interested in a trans woman, so I panicked and I killed her, then in a lot of the US that's a defense with precedent to it, unfortunately. And so this creates a situation where trans women are under certain pressures to either blend in and pass, or otherwise find some other survival strategy outside of passing. Which is something that is like related to the idea of like hypersexism, which is the way in which a lot of trans women are coerced into behaving as like caricatures of femininity, in order to pass and not be perceived as a threat, right? Or on the flip side, uh, other forms of presentation, other strategies of survival, which people are forced to engage in. Yeah, and this creates another feedback loop for the trans women in particular. It also has some content about like the general trend of like pollution causing some degree of quote unquote feminization. So with that, it's talking pretty much entirely about xenoestrogens, which are plastics which leach into the water supply and cause environmental damage. They are suspected to be the cause for a growing epidemic of sterility, which has been seen like worldwide, like and this is related to like the impact this xenoestrogen pollution has had on turtles and stuff.
Real quick, a couple of the other things it's suspected of impacting, global testosterone,
Has been shown to be
serum.
decreasing.
Yeah, has been shown to be decreasing. We're not exactly sure the cause, but we do know that it's happening at such a rate that it can't be like it's happening in non-evolutionary timescales.
Yeah.
So even when accounting for things like lifestyle, locale, that kind of thing, it's just all around the board going down. We also have increasing rates of male breast cancer. Now, there is, of course, a degree of parallel with some very infamous conservative conspiracy theories. They're turning the freaking frogs gay. And to some degree, this is true, but it's not like an intentional conspiracy. This is just, plastic happens to be the thing that we've been using. That was the market determined that it was the best thing. Markets do what they do. They don't really care about like those types of externalities too much. If it basically it cares about short-term gains, and increasing profits. So we have plastic proliferation. Xenoestrogens are found in plastics. Microplastics break down, leach the xenoestrogens into everything, and then it accumulates in certain spaces in the environment, including us, since. So.
Yeah, and so this is about the bit where it starts to. I mentioned to you earlier, Kay, that this is a work of theory fiction, right? So it's got this analysis, but it's also tying it back to a certain the tone of the work is very much meant to be like
speculative.
Yeah, speculative, and it's meant to be very it's tied to this sort of aesthetic it's trying to invoke through creative writing of a sort of techno-occultist futurism, where it references stuff like the Kabbalah, and then also references the story of Genesis. Like one of the more famous lines or turns of phrase in here is the lesbian autoproduction of demons, which is talking about, like, in abstract, it's talking about trans women discovering other trans women who are still eggs, and basically cracking those eggs and creating new trans women in a form of not sexual reproduction, but reproduction through, I guess, just
There was a really good 4chan post about this that I found the other day.
oh, that
Um,
post.
I can't bring it up, but basically the idea is that and I don't know what, I think it was by a really edgy trans woman, because a lot of the terminology it use, like at least one of the it does drop the T slur, which I can't say on Twitch for
Obvious reasons.
obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But it uses other terms like cisoids, which is is a pretty trans community specific term. Of like it's not a pejorative, it's just like a dismissive term for cis people whenever, oh god damn, the cis people are doing things again. Um but but they use terms like that, and the idea is basically that transness is basically this kind of spiritual, like this demonic soul contagion, which transfers from one person to another, well, not transferring, but like contaminating from one person to another. And it has a lot of synchronicity with like a lot of GIAC, and I love it. It's so fun. It's so good. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut. It's so good. I love it. But go on, Maeve. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
But yeah, so it's presenting like this very obviously like fantastic story, I guess, about transition and how this stuff all works, right? Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at stream in one eye and over here in the other, and I think stream might be going a bit slow.
I mean, there's a delay on stream.
Oh yeah, that might be it. Yeah. I was just looking at like scrolling up and down and not seeing it scroll up and down on stream, but I guess that might be it. Anyway, what was I saying? Right, so this gets tied to the speculative futurism with talk of like AI and nanite swarms and this and that and the other, which is very much like a science fiction sort of element, which is being incorporated back in. This is basically attempting to continue like the Cyborg Manifesto's framework of attempting to create new myths, feminist myths, feminist frameworks for people to work with and basically seize their own stories for themselves. And since this is like written by a trans woman, it's basically a creation myth or something like that, or it can be conceptualized as that for that trans woman and for trans women as a whole to appropriate as they desire. And yeah, so naturally, no one fucking understands it. Because it is this weird techno-occultic thing that everyone and their uncle just like
Has
reads
their own opinion on?
yeah, and reads really weird stuff into. And so we're going to be addressing it, uh, possibly the Gender Accelerationist Manifesto, which basically
Real
takes
quick, quotation marks around Gender Accelerationist Manifesto. In the
yeah,
Gender Accelerationist Manifesto.
yeah. So basically, a couple of trans anarchists, Vicky Storm and Emma Flores, uh, also wrote their own gender accelerationist paper. They called it the Gender Accelerationist Manifesto. And it's basically a transhumanist anarchist manifesto. I've never actually read it, but
I have.
yeah.
It's just general, like, it's just like really generic queer anarchist stuff.
Okay.
There's no material. There's not like a real materialist analysis. It's just yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's the other GAC, which is basically entirely unconnected from the GAC that usually gets criticized. Uh, but
I wouldn't even
yeah,
call the other one GIAC because there's nothing accelerationist about it.
true, true. Yeah. Yeah, and then there's the criticisms. Um, I was only able to find two criticisms. One which got linked the other day. You know about it, Sophia. Uh, I am not a woman and never will be. Studies on the gender epoch. And
Yep.
one which was made a while back by Punished Felix, someone who we are both somewhat familiar with from Twitter, where we encountered him a couple of times.
I don't think I encountered him. I think you did, but he has a reputation.
True,
Put it
yeah.
like that.
True, true, true. Yeah. And so I guess mostly we're waiting for Toast to show up because I think she wanted to address some of the stuff that was being like talked about in terms of this. And honestly, she probably knows more about like what criticisms are generally out there. Uh, Full disclosure, I've watched the Felix's video essay, Becoming Woman in Biology, before.
It's not worth watching, but
Yeah, it's. I mean, someone linked it elsewhere, and I wanted to, like, look at it instead of just dismissing it out of hand. And to be honest, I probably could have just dismissed it out of hand and it'd be fine. Uh, and there's also. Yeah. I could just look for general, just GIAC criticism through Google, I guess. I'm disappointed no one like linked any further criticism because I actually did want to go through like a few more things than just these two. Yeah.
I mean, I think this gives us a lot to go through.
Yeah. And from what I've heard, a lot of it, a lot of the criticisms have a pretty strong commonality between them. So, yeah. Yeah. So, we've gone over basically the outline of gender acceleration. I guess, Kay, do you have any thoughts about it? Like, just in general? Or,
Not immediately off the top of my head, although I will confess that I have also been drinking, so maybe like I am more in a listening than
yeah, that's fair.
talking. Sorry. I always seem to be drinking.
Yeah, that is true.
My attempts to cut down on my alcohol consumption not been entirely successful, alas.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that's how it goes sometimes. But yeah. Uh, I mean, I guess we can start by going over Felix's thing while we wait for Toast to hop into the lobby. Uh, she said it'd be 30-ish minutes. It's been almost 40, but that's just usual misestimation of time bounds, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think he will be too offended if you poke him again just for a status update.
Yeah, I might
Her?
poke her again.
Oh, her. Hi, did you see him or her? I may have misheard you.
Yeah. That's no problem, I think. Um, but yeah. Uh, just whenever she finishes with the errands, I'm sure she'll pop in. I'll just ping at Toast so she definitely sees it. But yeah. Uh,
Well, we can go over some of the specifics of the black paper if we want.
yeah. I mean, I just don't want to like exclude Toast since I did like invite her to talk about stuff. Oh, looks like Toast is replying, so yeah, she'll be here in a minute. All right.
That's good. So, what has everybody else been up to today?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I before I did this, I did like a several hour, I think about 4 hour stream of Metal Gear Solid, and that was pretty fun. I fucked up a few times, but well, that's playing any game really, right?
Japanese video game writers are kind of interesting.
Yeah.
It's like you get this sense with people like obviously Kojima Hideo and the writing team for Ace Combat,
Mm-hmm.
in the sense that they are not full-throated anarchists, but they have a lot of sympathy for them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can see that. Like, it's kind of funny. A lot of the GAC memes play off of Metal Gear Solid 5 in particular. So,
Sorry, do you say gacked as in the
uh,
Japanese pop singer, or
no, it's a common abbreviation of gender accelerationism is GAC,
okay.
and so
Sorry,
people will pronounce that GAC.
no, sorry, I know GAC. I just the E part didn't come across.
Yeah.
Sorry, bah.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah. Uh, but yeah, so I've actually made a couple references to GAC while playing, and just dropping memes and stuff, you know. Trying to get attention, but yeah, it goes how it goes. But yeah. Hmm. Aside from that,
I
I
think.
really. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, no. Oh, but no. I just wanted to say. I guess part of it obviously has to do with Japan's own political history
Yeah.
and its position in between spaces.
Hmm. So when you say in between spaces, do you mean like Japan's history? Obviously, they were part of the Axis
Mm,
during World War II. Then they got during the recovery, they sent in a bunch of American economic advisors, but didn't really do denazification in the same way they tried to do with Germany.
okay, let me put it this way.
Mhm.
Japan has always been an awkward fit within the Axis powers and an awkward fit within the post-World War II quote-unquote West, or perhaps better put, the Bretton Woods system. In part because
Because
sorry. I'm just trying to put it into words, which is let me put it this way. Like, it would perhaps be a bit erroneous to describe fascism as an entirely European conception. I think that would be unfair. But at the same time, I think it is also not inaccurate to point out that the until the opening of Japan to the rest of the world, like the black ships and to the policy of Sakoku, the Japanese conception of what defines a nation or an ethne was quite different from how the West interpreted, which obviously would set definitions of what fascism and its associated politics was. And this was something that had to be imported specifically from Germany.
Mhm.
Because when Japan started looking at how to define itself with regards to Westphalian nationhood, it obviously looked at a lot of nations that existed at that moment in time. And as a country, or really as an empire that was that was relatively homo
Homogeneous.
homogeneous, yeah, homogeneous. There was obviously an incentive to borrow from specifically the German definition of nationhood, since Germany, or specifically the German Empire at that point in time, had been formed from a collection of ethnic kinship among the different ethnically Germanic polities of the Holy Roman Empire.
Mhm.
So, but basically, sorry. So, like the short version of all that is that there was a level of artificial ideological attachment to what was understood as nationhood and fascism, among what would be understood as the European Axis powers.
Yeah.
Also, hey, I assume that is Toast.
Yeah. Toast just got here, so I just
Hey,
pulled her in.
Toast.
Hi.
Yeah. Hey, Toast. And so sorry. So I don't want to burden Toast with too much of what I was saying earlier. So just to really speed run things. And then Japan was a really weird addition to the post World War II Bretton Woods system, because it was a non-Christian, non-Western, post-Axis country that did not necessarily have the cultural foundation that would necessarily lend itself to the quote unquote Protestant worth ethic
Hmm.
ideology, so to speak.
Yeah, and
So
so it is.
So Japan is really a country that has, since the late 18th and to the present day, like the 18th century to the present day, a country that has really had significant amounts of trouble fitting in to its assigned political alignment, which is why you have so much domestic trouble domestically in Japan about what its national role should be, whether or not it should have a proper military force, whether or not it should be a quote-unquote normal country, how it should reckon with its wartime atrocities, etc., etc.
Okay.
It just doesn't fit into a lot of neat categories, and yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Yeah, and since Toast is here now, we can probably move into the actual talk about like criticisms of GIAC. Uh, yeah. So.
And just sorry, just to say really quick, I may like tune out or doze off at any point because the sun has risen in my time zone, and I
Oh
am
yeah.
very, very not sober.
Right.
You
Okay.
should probably just. I mean, if you're falling asleep, you should probably just go to bed.
Yeah.
I am not. I have insomnia, so I'm not falling asleep just yet. Like I am tired, but I am not sleepy. If that makes sense to you.
I feel like
Yeah.
now is the perfect time to experiment with meth.
Hmm. Damn.
That sounds like a terrible idea. Uh,
I mean, these are the best times to experiment with terrible ideas.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I think. I
Lack
think.
of impulse control because of the insomnia and like reasoning of like you may as well just load the fuck up on some goddamn stimulants.
Damn.
This is
Anyways, what I'm
you
saying
know,
is I
probably
will
good.
try to stay around to listen, but like, please don't expect either my presence or my consciousness. Is what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Well, now I'm expecting it.
Yeah. If you start snoring on stream, I will kick you. But
Please
I feel
do.
like that.
Please
I
do.
feel like that's a fair warning.
Yeah, bandwidth is valuable. They don't grow on trees.
True. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. I guess we did go over a brief overview of GIAC already, and so we can also just go into, I guess, the first criticism, which is
I think one thing that we didn't. I think one thing that we didn't talk about real quick in the summary of GIAC is how the media, how like technological mediation is going to about the like technological mediation of reproductivity.
Oh, right.
disrupt-
Yeah, so that's basically a derivation of the xenofeminist analysis, which is that reproduction is something that can be technologically mediated and should be.
Keep in mind that that xenofeminist manifesto is ultimately built on Shulamith Firestone's own kind of analysis, the dialectic of sex. Shulamith Firestone being a rather firebrand radfem, so don't if anybody is watching this, please don't let TERFs like completely control the narrative of radfem or feminism. Don't believe anything they say about them, and make sure to read the shit for yourself because almost nothing they say about the theories and the philosophies behind it is true.
Well, it's fundamentally a misunderstanding of like the basis for oppression being, like it is like materially based, but like TERFs just kind of assume that means that like the actual like biological sex is the only intersection of oppression and not necessarily the performativity of like say womanhood. And like Firestone was really the first person to like actually address those physical realities. He was like, well, if women are more or less oppressed or their axis of oppression is based off of reproduction, then we should create synthetic reproduction as a means to decenter that. But yeah.
But yeah,
she's
mainly
a badass. She's an absolute fucking badass.
Yeah, she was an absolute queen, and the way she was treated later in life is an absolute tragedy. I had an issue last night where I started choking, and to get it to stop, I had to induce vomiting. So right now my vocal cords are a bit fried from stomach acid.
I actually remember that now.
So that's why I probably sound a little bit froggy. So I apologize about that, Toast.
I mean, I've never heard you speak before, so like this is all new for me. Like,
right.
I don't mind either way.
Yeah.
All right.
But
You can go on. I just wanted to put that in there because most people don't. Like,
You do you.
Yeah. So, actually thinking about it, I'm not sure how, because we're in a Discord call, I'm not sure if y'all will be able to, so I'm not gonna actually play the, criticisms Felix made, because y'all will not be able to hear them if I do. But basically, it begins with an introduction, where Felix introduces Giac, what he perceives as being, etc. And then it goes into the main bodies of criticism Felix makes.
turtles all the way down.
Yeah, turtles all the way down. It's actually got the first section is criticism of comparing sea turtles to something something. It's criticism of the sea turtles reference, and the sea turtles reference, just for like people's awareness, is a one-off line that Nyx drops in the manifesto, uh, where she talks about the impacts of xenoestrogens on the sea turtle population.
Xenoestrogens, but global warming, another.
Yeah.
It was specifically okay. So the way sea turtles work is, and a lot of reptiles is, um, their um, their sexual dimorphism is determined in the egg based upon the ambient temperatures that the egg is incubated in. You can control generally the sex of a lot of reptiles, turtles and crocodilians, especially, by controlling for temperature. So you can basically get an entire clutch of if it's like a specific temperature, you'll get like an entire clutch of males, or like 99% males, or 99% females. Um, and this is how like a lot of because I've been doing a lot of reading on like I'm really big into like herpetology because I used to do it whenever I was younger, and I'm getting back into it again. But one of the things that I learned whenever I was younger was basically the way that they've been like trying to repopulate the American crocodile is by utilizing this system to specifically target breeding programs in order to get as many females and may at like predominantly females and a couple males, so that they can maximize the amount of reproduction to rewild these, to like put these animals back into the wild so that they can, you know,
Yeah.
slot back into their natural niche and then undo some of the damage that humans have done to the system.
Right.
But the point is, turtles, because as a consequence of global warming, it's used as a parallel with the idea of the xenoestrogens. It's a parallel, not an exact, not the same thing.
Yeah.
Because of global warming, a consequence of capitalism, um, most sea turtles are being born as female, and this will continue to increase as global warming continues.
Yeah, and so it's not really so often this is portrayed as something that Nyx is saying about evolution or an evolutionary process, but it's not. It's an environmental impact on like the basic on the species, right? Like the environment of the species impacts the actual species itself and how it relates to its environment. So global warming is causing turtles to become quote unquote feminized. Xenoestrogen and other related stuff is causing the human species to become quote unquote feminized. That's the comparison. And so, yeah, I feel like it's just almost completely off base, especially when people keep on talking about it in terms of evolution. I'm pretty sure Felix specifically talks about it as like misunderstanding how evolution works. So,
Well, and even then, it's meant to further a narrative. It's not supposed to be like some sort of like academically like sound or like complete like argument. I mean, how many times have you heard like your stereotypical like cis lesbians being like, we don't need any fucking men because we've got bone marrow transplants, and that technology has supposedly been around for, I don't know what, it's been 15 years now, 10, 15 years. But there's no actual services that do that, right? Like, I couldn't go in and get sperm made out of my bone marrow, but that is like a common enough like saying, at least amongst like queer women, that like it serves as like a carrier for power or separation, or the ability to isolate from the larger like patriarchal narratives that tend to like,
Yeah.
I lost my train of thought halfway through that, but you get what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not supposed to be this like perfectly academically sound thing. It's a carrier for a narrative.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so the next thing is humans becoming women. It's been a while since I watched this, but as I remember, it's basically a criticism of the idea that xenoestrogens will cause humans to become like a fully female species, which is like, okay, I'm actually not qualified to speak on that one way or another in terms of like the hard science. What I do know is that there has been studies which demonstrate that global testosterone count is dropping, that the
Breast cancer is increasing.
breast cancer is increasing in both men and women. There has been like a reduction in sperm counts worldwide, and so that leads to the conclusion that, well, over time we're going to have to use, like you mentioned, that technology to create sperm from bone marrow and stuff like that, rather
Yeah,
than
what I think it is a fundamental misunderstanding of what Nix is saying. Nix is not saying that literally everyone will be XX or something like that, but instead that what it will, our definition of what these things will mean will necessarily have to adapt to a changing reality in which, you know,
these environmental
XY, yeah, XY individuals are going to appear more more feminine. And what is this going? What does there are certain cultural signifiers or conceptions of what masculinity is. You know, like men are stronger, men are more aggressive, men are this or that, women are this or that. Well, what happens when everybody is, you know, phenotypically, is like, what does it mean? What does that all that mean if like men and women have the same, have the exact same strength? If like if men no longer can like if men can no longer like impose reproduction upon women, but it instead has to be mediated through technology. What does all this mean?
hmm Yeah, and so
It's not a literal everyone will be XX.
yeah, and
Right. It's the creation of the categories of gender, and then the physical reality of like various like processes, typically because of capitalism, kind of shunting everyone into one, or at the very least making them approach one category faster than the other, and
Yeah.
like the consequences of that is quote unquote everyone being a woman.
Yeah, and I feel like it's mostly like a gender abolitionist take as well, because if like it's not saying everyone is going to become a trans woman, obviously, but it is saying that like trans women and what they represents like an end to the existing concepts of what it means to be a man or a woman, and it undermines the gender norms of patriarchy, which causes the whole system to gradually collapse back into a system where there is no these society's imposition and presumption of one's gender is no longer like predicated on these systems in place. Like patriarchy can no longer enforce its system of gender as time goes on because of these feedback loops. And
Well,
that's
because we
what,
kind of like by our very nature, fly in the face of that. We were materially positioned to benefit from those systems, and then we rejected them.
Yeah. And so that's what it means by, like, the exit through the feminine. Not like, not exit into the feminine, but through it to something else, something new. And that's a lot of, like, that's partially just Nyx's speculative approach, which is trying to build this this aesthetic almost, as well as an actual analysis. And so I feel like that gets taken a bit out of context by most people, like who take offense to it. Like the next essay we're going to be looking at. But before we get to that, I'd like to address the yeah, so the next segment is a long segment where Felix talks about biological pressures towards species feminization. And as I remember, I could be wrong, I feel like Felix does allow that these pressures exist and are doing things, which pretty much completely undermines his earlier complaints as far as I'm concerned. But yeah. So we can move on to the bit after that, which is talking about slime molds. And as I remember, Felix's criticism there is, yes, slime molds have 10 billion genders and sexes, but those can't be mapped to human genders and sexes. While the point isn't really to do that. Like, I think the other day we were talking about, like, how the simple bimodal distribution of humanity isn't really, like, accurate. Like, on a genetic level. I think I remember reading a while back that there are 7 or 8 actual, like, combinations of gender chromosomes which are stable and have their own individual, like, presentations.
Well, it's
right?
it's 6 to 8 typically, and it depends on what you're trying to, like, study, or like what it is that you're trying to. Different models have different strengths depending on what you're trying to study, but like it's more of like this kind of like fundamental misunderstanding of like what sex is on a cellular level, and it's more or less how a cell behaves, not whether or not that organism ends up developing a fucking pussy or dick or whatever. Like, it has everything to do with like how it responds to various other like environmental factors. And even within like those classifications, the only thing that defines a cell as male or female is literally just the sex cell size. Sex cells that are typically smaller than the counterpart in the other like phenotype are male if they're smaller, always. If they're larger, they're female, and that's it. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing that actually differentiates those two, which is why you get really strange, like, kind of like weird ass like categories, like with seahorses, for example, and that's just because their sex cells typically do not follow the same size, or they don't follow the same size, I guess, like expectations. Mm-hmm. So we say that the males get pregnant when that's not really what's going on there. At least not in the way that we would colloquially understand it, to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah. So I was just gonna say that generally, like, slime mold Twitter is this whole thing. I'm not really super familiar with it, but it's very much like. I want to say it's not talking about, like, it's not like Mogai, right? It's instead talking about, like, gender as being this variable thing, this indistinct thing. It's like being the gender slime, rather than being, like, necessarily male or female, right? Having different presentations and interpretations and all of that.
Behaviors.
Yeah.
Cellular behaviors, anyway.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so it's very much like trying to address this by saying, well, humans aren't slime molds is sort of missing the point, I think. It's not saying
And
humans are.
also, slime molds, yeah, they could be humans.
Yeah. Um,
Because
yeah.
fuck slime molds.
Yeah. But yeah, it reaches like the point where it's almost an absurdity where people are talking about, okay, so gender and presentation all have these different categories. Like you can have so many different interpretations of gender, you can have so many different presentations. None of these are actually like the same. There are thousands upon thousands of ways in which you can present your gender compared to like how other people do it. And saying, well, people don't sexually have uh, 10,000 different combinations of sex chromosomes is just missing the point. Like, it's.
Well, and it can also mean different things too, because like even with like bees, for example, right? They determine sex based off of whether or not an offspring is haploid or diploid, which is just like actual like nuclear content size as opposed to like a specific like sex chromosome. You know, lizards and fucking snakes use a ZW system instead of like XY, which literally just means that like the females are determine the gender of the offspring, rather than in humans. You know, the males typically determine the gender of the offspring, but there's like any number of different ways that like sex or how dimorphism or various like phenotypes end up coming into existence, and it's not always just a matter of like what chromosomes they have that like force some sort of phenotype to happen. I mean, deer have like 3. You know what I mean? Like deer have two male sexes and 1 female, and one of those male sexes is just a male that looks like a female, so that he doesn't get fucking murdered in the middle of like a territory that he's not supposed to be in. You know, there's any number of different, you know, but from a chromosomal standpoint, we would be like, oh, that's just another male, but the behavior is very different. It serves a very different purpose, even though they're both technically males.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that reminds me of like I think it was a type of octopus where one of the there were 2 basic survival strategies. One is for the octopus to be like this big, strong, I guess stereotypically patriarchal masculinity, and the other, to crack a joke about it, is basically the femboy. It mimics the female's phenotypical presentation in order to get access to like the female within the burrow of the male, which is more typically patriarchally presented. I'm not sure if I'm using this word right, but because it's like it's octopuses, obviously we are presenting these genders, we are imposing our conception of gender upon them rather than this being like something intrinsic to them. And I feel like that's I think that's what I remember Felix's next category is saying. It says it's titled "What Nix Doesn't Understand About Biology," and it's just once again undermining its own argument by saying, well, these are all categories that we're imposing onto these creatures, right? Rather than being like natural categories, natural presentations, etc. It's all constructs that we're imposing on them. And
a lot of what the criticisms of GAC are going to come down to people attributing arguments to Nix that are never made in the paper, that are never made by her ever. It's entirely things that they read into it because of like an emotional reaction to the conclusion of it, rather than the conclusion of the analysis, that is, rather than an actual real criticism of worth.
Right, it's a style argument as opposed to like something based in what was actually said.
Yeah,
I don't like the implications of this, which I just think is like kind of like super funny because it's just like a bunch of like typically cis dudes who are just kind of like losing their shit about being force femmed or some shit like that. And the only thing that I could think of is that like times. Like, not only did they read this incorrectly, but they're just like acting like the bitchiest men on the planet. It's just, I don't know. There's a certain irony to that I fucking kind of adore.
I'm gonna drop her now. Sorry, take care.
All right, I'll
Deuces.
see you later, Kay. But yeah, and I guess that leads to the last segments in Felix's work, which he's just titled like criticism of her theory, and it's basically your typical conclusion. It just goes back through all the points it uses to build to this, and says Nyx is bad at science, and also I think she's a fascist, which is something that, yeah, I don't think it was ever actually stated in here that Nyx. There's no justifying argument for that last bit. It's just something thrown in, I guess, for the sake of throwing it in.
I mean, a lot of it seems to come down to like, I mean,
well, go ahead.
GAC like doesn't necessarily like devalue masculinity as like a prescription necessarily, but it does kind of like contextualize it in a way that it is like more or less doomed to fail because of these like runaway processes. And like what I feel like most people's like criticisms are is basically just a response to that masculinity being devalued, whether it be descriptive or prescriptive. And like that lashback being more or less just your typical like fragile masculinity. Like that's all it like really is, because it's framed the same way as any other like pushback against masculinity as a category or class. And like and it's always from a position of trying to, that is like being like it's being taken away from them, right? Like there's like some sort of like intrinsic quality that Nyx is like taking away from them somehow, and this is their like last like grand moral stand against it being, against this ideology being pushed onto them despite it never being the case.
Yeah.
Like it's just a victim narrative, a really bad one at that.
Yeah, and so I guess that's actually a good lead-in to the next criticism, and the only other criticism that anyone has linked to me, which is the "I am not a woman and never will be" essay, which I'm gonna actually go ahead and read it on stream because I haven't read it yet.
Oh my god, it's so long though. It's so long. It's so long, and it's so fucking stupid, and it's so long. And then most of it isn't even written by the author. Like, it's just him quoting, like, various authors, and, like, mostly Derrida, and then, like, just being like, yeah, and Nyx is wrong because of this, and it's like, what he actually wrote is, like, maybe a page and a half long, and it doesn't even argue what he thinks it's arguing.
Okay, so like, I guess if it's only a page and a half long, his actual writing, then I can just, sorry, I'm under the impression that Chirac uses he, they, at least that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
On Twitter they go by he, they. On Discord they go by they, them. I'm not really sure. I'm gonna be real honest, I'm not sure which one to use, so it'd be safest to do they, them.
I'll default to they. Okay, so if they've only written about a page and a half of actual content between the various quotes, then it'll probably be easier to just skip the quotes and address like the arguments, maybe skim the quotes. But yeah, so let's go ahead and start by just looking at the various sections of this. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a convenience table of context like the video essay did.
I mean, it's really easy to do. Can you shoot me a link to it real quick so I can pull it up for myself?
It's in the stream materials channel in Outside. Yeah, it's I'm
Yeah,
disappointed that
yeah.
I've only been able to use that for 2 things so far.
All
So
right. I mean, a lot of it is going to go through. Is going to go. Is going to. There's a lot said in the first paragraph, so I'll just let you go ahead and read it.
yeah. Okay. So first paragraph. There seems to be this recurring theme that runs its course for the entirety of the black paper. That good old classical theme that the world is ruled by the strong and the weak must succumb to its all-powerful iron grip. It is in this that Nyx expresses her naivete, that out of this hellhole called planet Earth, queers shall demonstrate their secret superiority against the forces of capital through capital itself. Even more so in some weird pseudo-panpsychic way, the very cosmic alignment of Earth herself bridges on this tipping point, just waiting to pass the edge, falling on a crash course towards the demise of masculinity. It is out of this destruction that the new human, the transhuman, shall emerge in the figure of a trans woman, as some machinic master race a la Terminators. It is this where the black paper demonstrates its crushing ignorance, as not only does this eschatology is grounded okay, just gonna not comment on that, is grounded upon ridiculous pseudoscience, but an absolute telos. The black paper has this notion that not only biological adaptation is determined only by natural selection, but natural selection is an absolute infinite power which dominates all by sheer omnipotence. Nixland says here, it goes into a quote from Nix, but okay, yeah, that is already so much, wow. Not
So,
going
yeah.
to address the major grammatic errors because that's just grammar errors. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
the actual
really
idea.
petty.
Yeah. So
I think we should start with the So there's
I think this line, Nyx
Have you ever heard the
expresses her
phrase "not even wrong"?
yeah, Nyx expresses her naivete that uh, queers shall demonstrate their secret superiority against the forces of capital through capital itself. Okay, so has
I think we need to go back even further though.
Yeah,
Cuz
let's not address Nyx's using this point. Let's address Marx using this obviously naive argument that there is an internal contradiction in capital that will lead to its eventual collapse. Let's
I was more talking about like the classical theme that the world is ruled by the strong and the weak must succumb to its all-powerful iron grip. I was actually talking about that. At no point in the paper does Nyx even come close to saying that. The framing of the paperwork is more about liminality versus carcerality. Basically, adaptability versus hard hard centralized power structures. The entire paper is about that, not strength and weaknesses, because there's strength in both. No one would argue that like in the American military industrial system that that it's like weak.
yeah, and
Let me
so
say, read back.
basically, when we talk about that, like there's a few comments that have been made on this, but essentially, as time goes on, the military-industrial complex trends more towards like these very flat structures, these very autonomous structures. So when we're talking about like the elite military forces of the U.S., they're not like classical patriarchal militaries of force directed by sheer power and will and guts. No, it's like it's this autonomous loose configuration of assets where you've got the special operatives are trained to act autonomously and on the field. they don't require like a central power hierarchy to tell them how to go about doing their job, because they are their own they are given the authority to make this judgment for themselves. And this doesn't make them weak. This makes them autonomous rather than non-autonomous, authoritarian in structure, right?
It gives them an adaptability.
Yeah. And so it's fundamentally misunderstanding the very basic binary here to view it in terms of strength versus weakness, because it's a different kind of strength. It's within the stereotypes of patriarchy, it is the feminine strength, in that it is not based on like strict patriarchal hierarchy, but is instead autonomous units with relationality, right? So that makes it a very different sort of framing, just from the very beginning of the essay.
Yeah, they both types of organization have their power. Um, it's not like one is inherently more powerful than the other. That's not an argument that's ever made in the paper. It just means that maybe the the more liminal configurations and systems are going to be more adaptable than the carceral power structures, which we can see and we can actually watch happen. A good example of this was in a lot of people think that like the military is like, as you mentioned, this like, to go back to the military aspect. There's the carceral combined arms military, but in 2000, I think it was 2006 or it might have been 2008, the Battle of Bent Jebel, the an entire like literally thousands of Israeli soldiers were stopped dead by a mere couple hundred Hezbollah light infantry. And light infantry aren't supposed to be able to aren't typically able to hold out against a combined arms unit. They're supposed to be light, mobile, adaptable, but they're not supposed to go heads up with it. Well, this couple hundred people basically stopped like literally thousands of IDF personnel for a quite extended period of time, and caused the failure of all Israeli strategic goals in their operation, just by themselves,
Yeah.
simply because the Israeli soldiers did not have the ability to, even though they had this carceral structure, they did not have the means or the training specifically to communicate properly to adapt to the changing situation. Whereas the smaller Hezbollah fighters were able to could operate independently. They knew they were going to be alone, and they could operate on their own.
Mm-hmm.
And it was basically a devastating loss for the IDF in terms of like their reputation. Materially, they get millions for free. So
Yeah. And so, like Sure Shot said in chat, that it's the strength that imposes itself versus the adaptable and relational strength, and that's a good way to look at it. It's not about like it being strength versus weakness. It's different kinds of strength. It's different strengths which can express themselves in different ways, right?
yeah,
Right. And so this, I guess, gets into the next bit, which is like, I already addressed it sort of, that queers shall demonstrate their secret superiority against the forces of capital through capital itself. Okay, so that's not... Sorry about that.
Post went to go get a six-pack.
Okay. Yeah, let me see if I can reload stuff. Yeah, let me just say... Yeah, is stream going again? It should be a black screen because I'm not I haven't opened up Firefox yet, but it should open up.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're having trouble getting your page back.
Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. So I don't know what happened, but power went out through like my whole house for a minute, and so yeah, I ended up having to just, yeah.
Lol.
Yeah. It sounds like Toast stepped out for a minute, to get something to drink.
Yep. She said she'd be back in a bit.
Okay. So I guess Toast didn't seem interested in reading it, but while we wait for her to get back.
Well, no, she doesn't. She doesn't mind reading it. She's just saying it's like
So
the
long.
parts of it. They're okay. So like the issue with it is it is very long, but most of it is just quoting parts of the Black Paper or Derrida, or other people, and completely and totally misunderstanding what Nyx is saying. Like before, remember how we were talking about how like it's all about the most powerful, or as we were about to get into the idea that queer shall demonstrate their secret superiority against the forces of capital through capital itself. um yeah, like these types of like strawman argument, which if you remember, we months ago we addressed with him, but he didn't listen. So
Yeah. I think we agreed we were going to use them.
them, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, apologies then.
Yeah. No. But yes.
I mean, you don't have to say no. They're the ones who would be offended.
True. But yeah. Yeah. Is out of this destruction the new human, the transhuman, shall emerge in the figure of a trans woman. Um, I feel like that's a misrepresentation, in part just because if it's anything, it's like a post-human ideology, not a transhuman one. But that's a distinction that would take a while to describe. Yeah.
No, I actually found a meme earlier today that explains it really well. That you can just throw up.
Oh.
Hold up, let me find it.
Yeah. Go ahead and drop it in. Drop it in Discord. Yeah.
I'll drop it in the general chat, or is there a meme chat?
Just go ahead and drop it in like resources for stream, because that's what it's gonna be used for.
Materials? Yeah. Okay. Here.
Yeah. Stream materials. Yep. That's basically it.
The idea of anti-humanist versus humanist is
Yeah, pretty foundational to it, right?
yeah, it's basically the idea that that human rights necessarily requires to ask what a human is, and this means that some people will be defined outside of it, as we can see by like both trans women and black men, black women as well, but black trans women especially, native, indigenous peoples. Um, uh, our deaths are basically, the system accepts our death and our dehumanization as a given, and doesn't really care about us. We have no real rights.
Yeah. Or any rights which are had like conditionally on them being granted by this hegemonic authority, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But humanism basically requires you to like believe in like this transcendental essential humanity, which doesn't really exist
Yeah.
because no one is going to. There's nothing that is essentially human.
Yeah, more
Um,
importantly, like when you construct a essential humanity, you are building this construct, and it will necessarily end up like excluding some people. Like, if humans are intrinsically good, does that mean someone you think is bad is not human? The very word inhumane sort of implies that, right? Doing these
mhm.
things are inhumane. They are things that are done by the not human, not truly human sort of stuff. And so it's also interesting, like, the example I always bring up is pirates, because pirates uh, are classically known as the enemies of all mankind, right? But they're known as this not because they are like universally killing people or anything, right? They're known as it because they act against the state and capital. And this acting against state and capital is sufficient in the minds of the state and capital, really, to say, oh, well, they're my enemy now, so they're the enemy of all mankind now, because I represent all mankind, right?
Mhm.
And so that sort of highlights how power plays into things. The hegemonic power is the intrinsically human character, right? Without this intrinsic human characteristic of being, it can set whatever these are, right? Like, it gets to choose, well, I'm human, these people I like are human, etc., etc. Whereas these people I don't like are not human. They are the enemies of humanity. And this happens a lot, but it's just at its most clear when we're talking about outlaws, pirates, and other such groups, right? Or at least I feel that way.
Anyways,
Yeah.
so part of this is it is in this that Nyx expresses her naivete that out of this hell, this kind of what is queer if everyone is queer
Yeah.
according to our current perception.
Yeah. Like, I mean, if everyone is queer, no one is. To quote the great philosopher from The Incredibles. But
Yeah.
I didn't like that. Don't do that again. That was mean.
listen, someone's
Welcome
gonna
back.
clip that. Someone's gonna clip that, and that's what I will become famous for. Calling Syndrome the great philosopher from The Incredibles.
I fucking hate that. I hate that so fucking much.
Alright, so here we go. The next part is, it is out of this destruction that the new human, the transhuman, shall emerge in the figure of a trans woman as some machinic master race a la Terminators. So, it is this demonstrates is grounded upon ridiculous pseudoscience, blah blah blah.
It's literally
So,
drawing from science fiction, not actual science. So, like,
it also fundamentally seems to believe that like everyone will be like everyone is going to become a trans woman, which
No, actually, that part's true. Let's just cut the stream right now. That's going to happen. Everyone's going to become a trans woman, and it's inevitable because forced feminization, Nazis, and eugenics programs and the like.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we must be clear. In order to do this, we first need to force masculinize the entire world. Then we can force feminize them. That's definitely how things work. That's definitely the politics being promoted here. Cut stream, and it's good.
I don't want to
Yeah.
just kill men. I want to kill the concept of them as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's the gender
bit and ship it.
abolitionist thing, which gets misunderstood, right? Like, the whole point is that this is a gender abolitionist framework. The categories, not just of men, but of women, collapse in the end. Like, there is no more man, there is no more woman, because the entire framework is based on, like, patriarchal assumptions about, like, difference. And
Yeah.
this is undermined by the existence of trans women, and the reaction against trans women causes it to accelerate. Yeah. I just got pinged in chat. Queerness doesn't form a squad of pride flag terminators to exterminate the cishetes. It's merely what is left over from the process of capital breaking down gender. This is like saying the mammals exterminated the dinosaurs, and after that, the queers as we know them will continue to become something else. Yeah, like, yeah.
I mean, in this case, the abolition is just like continued diversity, right? I mean, like that was. I feel like that's like within like the Xenofeminist Manifesto, you know, kind of encapsulated by the phrase of like "let 1,000 sexes bloom." You
Yeah.
know, like it's this notion of like
Well, to go back to
yeah.
to go back to
Sorry.
slime molds, it's saying like there are so many different ways you can present yourself, and trying to categorize this in two genders is sort of like just imposing this framework onto the matter. Like, it's a binary system created by patriarchy in order to perpetuate patriarchy. It's the patriarchal futurity, right?
Well, and it's just like it's kind of this like weird like tendency for people to read into that as like I'm going to force this diversification, as opposed to being like, no, maybe we should just make an environment that allows for that diversification to happen on its own, because it will regardless. But like maybe if we like create frameworks that don't like immediately punish any deviation from, you know, one or two set categories, then like yeah, like
Yeah.
it's about allowing things to happen, or at the very least accepting them, not necessarily going through and like cutting everyone apart and calling it a new gender.
There's another part where we can get into this, get into the discussion of prescriptive versus descriptive, I think,
Yeah.
which a lot of this falls on. Yeah, but it's later on. We'll get there.
Yeah.
If we address it right now, then there's nothing to discuss, because then there's no actual valid criticisms.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I mean, this next bit, the black paper has this notion that not only is biological adaptation determined only by natural selection. No, that's literally something that Nix refutes. That it's like this system of accelerationist is not a genetic process. You don't create more trans women by having trans women engage in like procreative sex. That's not how it works. Right?
yeah.
It's like you create the gender abolitionist future by continually undermining first the patriarchal system, but also by spreading the idea of like nature itself not being valid. Like, if
So-
nature is unjust, change nature. Literally, the Xenofeminist Manifesto's call to
So-
arms.
The process at hand is not an evolutionary in the genetic sense, but evolutionary in the mimetic sense. Going to use the term that as it was originally coined as, in the selfish gene, a meme basically being an idea which kind of flows through society, and as it successfully goes through, it will adapt or change in a way that it kind of like mimics a gene, just thus the term meme. That's the idea at play, is like a meme kind of like propagating throughout society in this way.
Which I think is kind of interesting, because I think he actually, they used Dawkins later on in this paper.
Do
if
they
I'm not
really?
mistaken. No, I'm dead serious. Like, it's shit. Where is
I'm
it?
gonna Control F. I'm not finding Dawkins or meme.
Oh, I might be confusing this with someone else.
Yeah. Oh, was there another criticism that you found? Because I'd be happy to go over that too. Like, I don't want this to be like just addressing this one random person who we ran into.
I mean, honestly, from what I remember, like, it was a couple weeks ago, so I can't. I don't like. I wouldn't be able to find it again.
Was it
But-
the one about? Was it the one like the cosmic bussy?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I think I remember
I'd
that
have
one.
to find that. I'd have to find it. I don't remember where it was.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
just gonna.
pretty fucking obscure, and we're already talking about like some pretty obscure shit already.
Yeah. Okay, so just Google searching the cosmic bussy does not turn up the results that we would hope for.
Excuse me, but it's pronounced bussy.
Well, yes, I said bussy. Did I mispronounce bussy? I don't know. How do you pronounce it? I've only ever seen people write it. I've never seen someone say bussy in real life, except like.
It's like pussy, but like with a B.
Okay. Yeah.
Or if you're really drunk, it's like Gary Busey.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah. So this is basically just rehashing the accusation that Nix doesn't understand the science, that this is a ascientific framework, that it's bad science. When
I
it's
found
not, oh,
It was
you
never
found-
meant to be a science in the first place.
Yeah, it's never like the idea that it's bad science requires that it be science. Yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I think the biggest thing that like people consistently have an issue with
Let me
that
scroll
portion
down
of the
so I don't get
like,
Twitch
people-
banned.
You're good. Is probably because I feel like Nick's kind of like replicated like how humans already use, I don't know, maybe not science, but the way that we relate to it socially, and then she kind of just created like her that same type of framework to push a narrative or to like further a relationship to a concept in the same way that humans do already, with like popular science, like articles and like I mean shit, like what's that fucking 4chaner meme with like the onion juice or some shit? You know what I'm talking about?
No, I've got no idea actually.
Okay, there's like it's the fucking red pillars, like they're a bunch of fucking jackasses, but they do have this like consistent thing where they try to like always like rely on science, but they always misinterpret that science, or they put too much like weight onto it, or what the fuck ever. So there's this meme of drinking onion juice because onion juice was, I don't know, shown to increase like testosterone to like a certain to like a certain degree, and it's like minimally effective. Like it's not like you can't just like drink onion juice and then just be fucking buff or hyper masculine or whatever the fuck it is that they think is going to happen. But like they still use that narrative of it to push along their relationship to masculinity.
Mhm.
If that makes sense. So like Nyx just did that by herself in that paper, and I think that's why people have such a big issue, is because it's not drawing from. It wasn't created in the same. It wasn't created the same way in that like we're all a bunch of people with like this liminal kind of relationship to science, and that we all kind of construct this narrative together based off of like lots of tiny micro inaccuracies or what have you to further push a narrative of that what is happening to the world as a whole, as opposed to just like, I don't know, some interesting data points, right? And so people tend to fight that because it goes against what their common understanding of science is and how it relates to their narratives.
Yeah. And so I guess that's like the notion that science is this apolitical thing, and that you can have a fully apolitical science, which is good science and bad science, etc. It's sort of off, but like let's take it for granted for now. Nix isn't trying to do science. Nix is not like... So the process of doing science is like you form a hypothesis and then you collect data through experimentation to confirm or deny the hypothesis, right? It's basic scientific testing. This is not attempting to be that. It is talking about, like, things that have been reported in science, sure, but it's also trying to engage more with, like, a philosophical approach. It's trying to talk about how we engage with the world, how we create the world, not through science necessarily, but through our relations. Yeah. And, so SureShot says in chat, the unspoken assumption of this is the plastering of cishet patriarchy as benign background to a scrutiny of the threatening black paper, as if it were a sabotage of the otherwise good relations between queers and patriarchy. It isn't explicit, but it seems like it is what you have to believe to write this. I think that's interesting because that puts it, like, in a very assimilationist space, right? Like,
Yeah.
like assimilation being, well, what we have so far is good enough, and so trying to create something new, something different, is a threat to this good enough that we have. And I haven't read enough of this to confirm that for myself.
No, it's yeah. That's actually it's pretty spot on. It's a very apt like observation.
Yeah.
Because it's like, honestly, it reads like. Do you remember when, like, new atheists were a thing?
Vaguely, though. I never really participated in that.
Okay,
so
well,
much.
it's a shit show. But there was, like, this, like, whole, like, way that they spoke, and it was, like, this hyper rationalist, almost like word salad. Like, they were trying to appear as far more intelligent than they really were. And I'm not trying to like assert some sort of, like, ad hominem on the author, even though I do think that they're a fucking moron. But it's written in that same, like, way, right? Where it's like it's reactionary, but it tries to hide the fact that it's reactionary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm familiar-ish with that because I say I wasn't, like, involved with the new atheist stuff, but for a brief time, I did lurk on, like, Less Wrong. And so what I noticed there...
Well, yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course. Okay, yeah, so then, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I wasn't going to, like, include Less Wrong as new atheist stuff, though I guess it is related, because most of what I saw there was, like, I guess a specific kind of neo-reaction, which is built around, like, let's all become monarchists again, was one of the things that I saw. And, like, there was
the Enlightenment.
I remember this, like, conversation that I read between someone saying, well, we need to make sure that no one who has, like, intellectual merit dies farming the fields again. But also, we need people to die farming the fields, because how else will society work, right?
Yeah.
And so I got turned off of it pretty quickly because it just seemed like they were doing, like you say, they were engaging in this, like, very specific, like, reactionary framework and using smart-sounding words to cover up how dumb their ideas were. Which is...
and that's kind of the vibe that I get from this, like, paper. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, obviously, there's, different sections of, philosophy or political theory or what have you. They have, like, different writing style or different aesthetics, right? To how they argue their points. But this is, like, I don't know. This seems like intentionally obfuscatory.
Yeah. And
yeah.
So,
like, this whole paper is not done in good faith. At least that's the way it reads to me.
I mean, I haven't read this paper, but I have had arguments with Chirac before, or one extended argument at least. I don't remember if I actually engaged with... I think I've engaged with them at least twice, by memory, but I don't know that I've engaged with them really more than that. But the thing is that I do think Chirac acts in a degree of bad faith when it comes to this. But I don't want to like poison the well by saying, oh, they're definitely in bad faith, right? Because
I mean, from what Sophia like sent me, like out like when we were discussing this, like outside the chat,
yeah,
she sent me like the fact that like Chirac has a particular vendetta against Giac.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what their problem with it is exactly, but I do know that they do have a significant hate on for it. Let's say that. And I'd prefer not to make this about like any arguments that I've had with them in the past, though, because I'm trying to like address like criticisms of Giac in a general sense rather than like them in particular.
No.
So,
That makes sense. It's just like I think it's kind of hard to like walk that line of just like, cool, what was the context that allowed for this or that like led to this happening, and then like if that context is just some fuckboy on the internet is like really angry that some tranny told him to shut up, and like I think that like to a certain extent that needs to be taken into consideration, even if it's not like shut down because of that.
Yeah, I would warn, since we are on Twitch, don't use the T slur.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's our word, but we're not allowed to use it.
Yeah.
Some yeah, see, I don't know. Okay, I'll have to watch that because they use that slur a lot.
Yeah. But yeah, and so moving on through like the essay, they've got the next quote, light and non-phenomena, blah blah blah, increasingly cheap and synthetic world turns human civilization increasingly synthetic, tied to the will of production and speed and capitalism. Nix here notes this phenomenon of acceleration in relation to bios coincides with the feminine, that this process of feminized overcoding happens on the level of the hormonal processes of the human body to then scramble the sexual order herself. Funny enough, even the very concept of sexual attraction is itself affected by this, in which she comments on the later experiencing higher percentage of homosexual tendencies. This will be important for later, but for now I will not make any further context. Nix continues this motive, blah blah blah. Also here as well, blah blah blah. For Nix, this all progresses into some materialist synchronity, but this motive is demonstrated par excellence with the quotes, human reproduction is becoming quaint, unnecessarily, purely elective, Y chromosome itself is in a state of decay, many millions of years in the future. The inhuman, all seems to point towards a horizon where the production of the future is done by a purely feminine, lesbian autoproduction. The inhuman can't producing the future, producing itself rather than being subject to the ends of the human and aiding in the reproduction of a human future. So this ties back to like that meme from earlier, right? The anti-humanism versus humanism, where humanism constructs like a specific set of relations, a specific power structure that it must perpetuate, whereas anti-humanism tries to escape from this specific structure. And so this is an anti-humanist observation. The inhuman produces the future and itself rather than being subject to the reproduction of a human future. What this basically means is that you are exiting the human futurity. You aren't like reproducing in a sexual manner. You are reproducing through, like I said earlier, the famous turn of phrase that Nix has used, or semi-famous, the lesbian auto-production of demons.
Right.
Anyway, Nix points to the death of the Y chromosome as her prophecy coming into fruition, that it's inevitable on a constantly accelerating path to its destruction. This destruction signifies the oblivion of masculinity itself. without getting into the obvious consequences of such a biological determinism, this is not biological determinism. This is literally saying that, okay, this process undermines the societal conception of what masculinity and femininity are. These are social constructs, not biological constructs, right? And
It's just using the biological construct to craft another narrative, because the biological construct of maleness being the Y chromosome, it's going away, but at like millions of years. And it's not really like the crux of the argument. It's just another parallel for to craft the narrative.
yeah,
Okay, and also just to, I guess, like touch on that, like, because evidently this author has a hard on for, I guess, like scientific accuracy, but like the degradation or like the instability of the Y chromosome is not actually indicative of the loss of the male sex. Because there's a lot of other things that can happen genetically to maintain that, because the Y chromosome simply just has certain genes, but those genes don't have to exist on a Y chromosome, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there are specific types of rodents that have their Y chromosome has degraded to such a degree that they're all XX now.
Yeah.
And they
It's just
still
different
have
types of
males.
cells.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's like any number of ways that like that in and of itself is not indicative, or is not a guarantee that even in millions of years that there's just not going to be, I guess, like that there's not going to be any more dimorphism within the human race. That would be absolutely ridiculous to assert.
Yeah. But it is another parallel with how our conception of masculinity and what it is tied to is going to have to adapt to changing structures.
No, I totally agree. I just wanted to, like, the actual science bit of that is more interesting than just like it's degrading. It's like oh, there's actually like lots of really interesting genetic things happening to the Y chromosome or in relation to it that are separate from even this conversation.
Oh no,
I just wanted to make sure that was addressed, because a constant thing with people's like criticism of the GAC is the fact that like it's not scientific enough or what the fuck ever.
yeah.
Oh no, I was just trying to contextualize why it was included in the narrative.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And so that moves on to like the rest of this area where I will show that this rests on some very, very faulty science, natural selection. It's talking basically about how evolution actually works. And so evolution works not just by natural selection, but also by mutation. Chance variation due to mutation causes new things to emerge, and if these new things are negative for the fit, or if they do not fit in, they do not provide fitness to the environmental role, they get culled. If they do provide further fitness, they get an additional, like, I can't remember what the term is, but they get carried on to new generations and eventually spread and propagate. Yeah, propagated, right.
That's not even really how that works, though. Like, see, that's like, okay, so, sorry, so I'm like, actually have a background in biology, so like this is why I hate this discussion, because it's way more complicated and ultimately far more interesting. So like fitness is kind of a stupid term, right? Fitness really just means that like organisms that are more suited for an environment are more likely to survive in that environment, you know, as far as like the production of progeny, right? But it's not as straightforward as like, oh, okay, cool, I have this trait that is like far more advantageous than others, and therefore I will eventually become the mold or the default for this like species over X amount of time. Like mutation and like the development of various traits is less actually determined on making an organism more fit and more determined on it just being not deleterious to their already base level fitness, right? Because there are plenty of traits in every species that are ultimately deleterious, but they are not deleterious to the fitness of that organism within the time frame that they need to reproduce. And that's the really, really, really important part. Humans are far more complicated than that, because we have lots of like behavioral aspects to to talk about in regards to things like, if I go out and protect a child that isn't mine from, a lion or some shit like that, like, was that actually fitness? And it is, but it's within a much larger context rather than my fitness or even just the species fitness as a more of like a behavioral fitness. So really, traits that evolve within an organism just have to be not bad. They don't have to be good. They just have to be not bad.
Yeah,
And that's
or at least
it's
not
way
bad
more
enough, right?
nihilistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like that, I hated this portion of it because it's like this very like milquetoast 6th grade understanding of natural selection, and it doesn't even really cover the more like complex and kind of shitty mechanisms that evolution actually incorporates, which is just like, yeah, it doesn't kill you at birth, so it's probably not going to be selected against. Like, yeah.
And this looks
Sorry,
like
I
it's,
just wanted to touch on that because that bugs me from like a, yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, and it looks like that's like, goddamn, that's a giant chunk of the essay just dedicated to that.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of this essay isn't even their own original thoughts; it's just quoted.
Yeah, and so this is, I guess, the bit where it goes back to their own arguments, rather than just presenting the arguments of the various textbooks on how evolution works they're citing.
Yep.
Nix has no regard for such multiplicity, such mutation, as Acc is the destroyer of such phenomena. It seeks to erode all creative existence, for it is that which it cannot stand. What? I'm actually confused.
I said this person is actually stupid. Like, I wasn't kidding. I wasn't even being mean. It's just a factual statement.
Yeah, so Nix has no regard for such multiplicity and mutation. It's literally... Gender accelerationism is the breakdown of the destruction of multiplicity through the patriarchal system of gender, right? Like, we've touched on this a bit earlier, but patriarchy constructs gender as a binary system, whereas one gender is dominated and controlled by the other for the sake of perpetuating human reproduction through patriarchy, right?
Right.
And so this is literally the destroyer of multiplicity. It takes multiplicity and turns it into the two, which is really just the one and the castrated one, right?
And honestly, it kind of goes back to like what Showshot was saying in the chat, that like the assumption of this paper is that like everything under patriarchy is okay.
Yeah.
Like that somehow the black paper sabotages what is otherwise an okay, or like what is otherwise a peaceful relationship.
Yeah. And so when we talk about like so there are a lot of Western I guess eschatology is built around this pervasive sense of oneness. There is the one God, the one ruler, the one world, etc., which basically controls and dominates all else. There is one way, one truth, one so on and so forth. And so this is quite literally the destroyer of multiplicity, the notion of the arboreal one, through Deleuze, which
Right.
Controls all of its branches, all of its paths, all of its various organs.
Which I think it's kind of interesting that they kind of consistently bring up like God, because like to your point, like there is this like notion of like oneness, but like even within pre-Christianity, there was this like, have you ever heard of like God's wife, Asherah?
No, actually, I haven't. Can you?
Okay, so I am pulling this from memory, so don't actually fucking quote me on this because I'm gonna get some of this wrong. And mythology is obviously super fucking weird and all over the place, and depending on who you talk to. But the gist is that Yahweh, right, which is the Christian/Jewish God, was originally a Sumerian god, and he was married to a goddess who was also at one point the wife of El, who was the god of gods, which is where we get the term Elohim. And yeah, so there's a bunch of shit like that. But anyway, for the longest time, the cult of Yahweh, right, was what was like spreading. And at a certain point, there was this massive culling of Asherah from like various like records and from being like worshipped. And she was like consistently actually like represented alongside Yahweh. Even in Solomon's temple, there was an Asherah pole, right? So because she's typically represented as a tree or a snake, which should call forth all sorts of interesting thoughts. But there was a huge culling of and like removal of her, and then she was replaced by Mary, as the divine feminine. So a divine feminine that is lesser to the divine masculine God, and like that's how that kind of like that process like happened of like this oneness or this one masculinity or patriarchal norm kind of like eating and like subsuming the feminine.
Yeah.
It's the beginning of patriarchy, basically.
Yeah, and this is basically the dominant conception throughout like Europe, as it. If we view this in like terms of like a culture war or something, like this meme, this idea of how the world is, basically took over Europe. Sometimes potentially through Christianity. We don't really know enough about a lot of pre-Christian philosophy and myths to be sure of that. But yeah, but we can find alternative conceptions in like other areas. Like the Taoist conception of the world is very much the conception of the myriad paths, the myriad ways. Everyone exists in this relational aspect to the other, and so there is not like in Taoism there is the Tao, but it's not like the Tao. It's not like the one. It is the accumulation of the myriad, right?
Well, I mean, it depends on. I mean, Taoism's kind of a weird example to use, because even within,
it's one of the few I know of that has this different perspective, which is the myriad perspective. But we can see it like when it gets adapted to the Western perspective, to the culturally Christian perspective, the myriad of the Tao gets collapsed into the Tao, the one.
Right.
And so we can see, like, to a great extent, that this perception of the one, which is very much tied to the patriarchal form, is literally the destruction of the myriad as, like, a concept, an idea, right? And so that's just one example that I know of where this is happening.
Right, it's a truncation of paths as opposed to perpetual splitting or diversifying. Yeah.
But yeah, like I think there's a line about Taoism that it's the one becomes two, the two becomes three, the three becomes many. The inversion happens with patriarchy. The many becomes three, the three becomes two, and the two becomes one. It goes from being just many people to being the family, the mother, father, child, which becomes the mother and father, which just becomes the father. It's just the accumulation to the one. But yeah, and so when we're talking about like Acc as being the destroyer of multiplicity, that just, I literally can't see how you would reach that conclusion unless you believe that like the existing structure of patriarchy is multiplicity, is better for multiplicity, and that is not really
No, it's a
something I,
fundamental misunderstanding of like what is being put forth.
yeah, not only
Like
what is being put
like
forth, but the
severely.
situation that is being responded to, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so it says the very natural forces of the planet are against her, but she doesn't realize this. I guess this is saying evolution is multiplicity, but because she doesn't understand evolution, she's against multiplicity, therefore she is anti-multiplicity and is destroying it. Which is stupid.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a bad argument.
Well, and in more so the assertion that Nix is part of like like it says something the cult of like capitalism when it's just when really she's just describing like gender in relation to techno capital
Mm-hmm.
or like how it functions with capital.
Yeah. And so Nyx expresses her ignorance and her, most of all, her naivete, and thinking that she is creating some line of flight. Nyx is creating nothing. Nyx is observing processes that she thinks are happening, and saying this represents a line of flight that is being created by the structures in place, right? And so this is just entirely.
I wouldn't even say that. I would say that it's a recognition or an observation of a system of a system of processes which facilitate the creation of new lines of flight.
Yeah. And so it's the capital is acting as this deterritorializing force upon itself because it is always trying to promote these libidinal flows, promote these different things, which ultimately act against itself, while it is also acting to try and reterritorialize them into its own structure. And so that's like that's the that is sort of the boom bust cycle of capital in a way, applied in a different direction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, she outcries in the name of material synchronity when in reality she is ignoring the very same material conditions which make up these contexts. Wow, she's ignoring the material conditions. She's ignoring the material reality of gender? Interesting argument there, given like her argument is that the material conditions are undermining the gender norms, the idea of gender, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if the idea of gender is in better relation to the material conditions of gender, that almost seems like turf logic. I hate to say it, but like
You can't say that because they're non-binary or whatever. You can't call non-binary people turfs.
I'm not saying they're a turf. I'm saying the logic has certain parallels with the turf logic.
I know. I'm just kidding. I agree with you. I'm just
Yeah.
like it's fundamentally essentialist and like even the backlash or like even the way that the backlash is like framed is like from a very like
Insecure.
It's pretty clear that this person is trying to justify their action with some sort of like masquerade of logic or rationale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, then we go into the second segment, and God, this is only the second segment. I'm surprised at how long this is. Yeah, I guess y'all were right.
Yeah.
Artificial arrogance. Darwinian ratchet, so-called super weapon, which will ensure the rise of the queer cyborgs. Okay, it's... Okay, so the queer Darwinian ratchet is not a weapon that we are proposing queer folk are using. It is a force which acts upon queerness.
Here's the
If
part
you
that
are-
I was talking about earlier, where I was getting into the does not understand the difference between prescriptive or normative and descriptive analyses.
Yeah. So, okay, so to explain what the Darwinian ratchet is, the queer Darwinian ratchet is saying that trans women in particular, but queer people in general, are basically exteriorized by patriarchy. They are othered. They are treated as these negative things which must somehow be either reincorporated into the patriarchal structure through assimilation somehow, or they must be destroyed entirely. And so, in this way, the people who this is applied to must either develop survival strategies or fail to survive. Right?
Yeah.
And so these survival strategies are
These-
like these memes, these strategies, these ideas are not like super weapons. This is not a super weapon which queer people are using to benefit themselves. It's something they are forced to survive and come up with strategies for survival against. So it's not a super. I'm. What? I don't know.
I know. I know. I know. Just
Did they actually read the black paper? I feel like they didn't
I don't
read
think
the
so.
black
That they
paper.
read it multiple. They said whenever I spoke to them, they said they read it like 5 times. But don't you know that queer
I didn't
people,
understand a word of
especially
it.
queer women, especially queer people, especially trans women, love being the hyper focus of 86% of like hate crimes directed at trans people, or 250% increases of sexual assault in schools whenever trans bathroom bills are implemented. We
Well,
love
okay, hold on. We'll step back just 2 seconds. Like the major focus of like violence towards trans women is specifically targeted at trans women of color. Like,
Yeah, that's
actually,
definitely true.
like white trans women's like what do they call that, mortality rate is more or less the same as cis women's depending on like region.
Yeah. So
And like while we are more likely to experience violence, death is less likely if you're white.
hate
Yeah,
Sorry,
which
that
is
narrative gets co-opted so fucking often by white trans women, and I fucking hate it. So like, trans women of color are like, yes,
yeah, that's
absolutely,
absolutely true.
actually in danger.
Which is like very unfortunate. It's like I hate. This is going to sound very bad, but being white is itself a way to survive because white people are given a degree of privilege, and so
Yeah,
for like white trans women, just being white, being aggressively white sometimes, is a way to like avoid a lot of the like pressure which is applied.
yeah. I just don't like the whole narrative when we talk about
Yeah.
like, I guess like avenues of oppression for trans women. I really fucking dislike that we kind of just ignore the whole racial aspect of it sometimes, especially within a lot of like trans discourse, and I don't really know why that is. I mean, it's I don't know, racism. It's racism. That's the reason. But like, we like we're not like, the way that various types of trans women experience the world are very, very, very different, and like they're almost like polarized, like to a much more extreme extent because of that intersection, and like that needs to be taken into account when we talk about those things. So we can't just say, well, trans femmes, period, as a category experience these things, when we know that the delineation of those experiences is one of race.
Yeah, and so I actually have observed elsewhere that like, okay, so when we talk about IQ, like one of the things that IQ correlates with is material condition in childhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so high IQ trans women having better capacity to survive can thus be just basically summarized as if you're from a materially privileged background, you're more likely to survive, right?
Well, and if you're from a materially privileged background, you're more likely to have the resources to transition.
Yeah. And so, like, this is definitely like an angle that I have never seen any criticism of, like, the black paper ever take, which is that, but, and it's also because it's not even really a criticism, it's just like an expansion, right?
Mhm.
Like, it's an explanation of why high IQ people survive beyond just being high IQ, right?
That's a part that comes up later.
Yeah. Does it come up later? Okay, I guess we'll
Yeah.
address that later then. But yeah, and so I feel like this this is attacking it as being like science fiction fetishism when, like, I don't know, that it feels like a really dumb attack to make. But yeah, let's skim over. Too much focus is put on this arbitrary measure for intelligence. I mean, it's not really like, it's not saying that this is the deciding factor. It's saying this tends to be who survives. Like, it's entirely arbitrary because that's how survival works. And that's really fucking grim and nihilistic to say, but it seems to be the case. And yeah, Nick seems to think of trans women in the same way as AI. That's true. Constantly engaging in what she calls imitation games. Yeah, that's true. Basically, the degree to which you pass is the degree to which, like, you survive in some cases. The degree to which you can, like, assimilate is, in a large part, the degree to which you can just avoid the pressure of the Darwinian ratchets, right?
And what survival strategies you can pass on through the network.
Yeah. That the Darwinian ratchet shall benchmark people by their intelligence. This plays into what is called a gender shredder. This AI will make the intelligence gene harder to reproduce, thus destroying intelligent life forms in said population. Instead of just IQ, it's gender being ontologically shredded. Natural selection is a eugenics program. This is just a this segment is just basically quoting Sadie Plants. So attributing it to Nix seems a little bit off, since I'm pretty sure Nix actively attributes it to Plants in the black paper.
He also has a problem with Sadie Plant, so.
Do they? I guess they probably would. Yeah.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
They also have a problem with Sadie Plant.
I'm not too surprised.
Yeah, that would track.
Yeah. Not to get into such ethical problems with such a theory, this just flat out does not work. IQ nor human intelligence, even from a pure scientific perspective, does not work like this either. Okay, so saying it does not work is kind of an odd thing when Nix is referencing studies that show that this is the case and positing that this might be the mechanism, right? That these pressures on the group are literally killing some people, right? And we know that these pressures exist. Like, it's,
I mean, those pressures aren't just, see, that's the thing though, is that, like, I mean, like, the pressures that are being enforced on various groups is not necessarily one of intelligence, it's one of assimilation.
Yeah.
Because IQ is ultimately it's ultimately a metric of somebody's ability to assimilate within the dominant culture.
Yeah, and this relates actually to, like, the fact that like, early transitioning women tend to just have a normal distribution of IQs, whereas late transitioning women who have, like, a harder time passing physically
Mm-hmm.
tend to be under greater pressure, right? Like that seems
Well-
to be the case.
Well, and that could point to like a pressure of there's a higher pressure for a late transition woman um, to understand the rules so that she knows how to break them in a way that doesn't end in her
And
being
with her
violently
dying.
targeted.
Yeah.
Which could definitely learning when or how to assimilate within a context that you fundamentally can't be seen as a woman.
Yeah.
There's also the matter that like developing new survival strategies does require a degree of intelligence. And the ones who need them are going to be the later transitioning trans women than the
Mhm.
early transitioning trans women, because early transitioning heterosexual trans women don't have this higher distribution of intelligence, so they're not.
Of IQ. We should clarify that because, as far as I know, there has been no proven G factor related to IQ. It generally tracks pretty much entirely with material conditions, is my understanding. Childhood material conditions, which then itself tracks with later life material conditions.
Yeah, but it also means that only those who had those initial whereas with the heterosexual trans women are don't have to have those early life resources in order to survive the pressure. The later transitioning trans women generally do.
Yeah. Yeah, that does generally seem to be the case. Uh, but yeah, I just find it weird that, like, they're saying, oh, well, it doesn't work like this in response to, like, something that's not really said to be how it works. Like, there's no reference to intelligence genes. Like, this AI will make intelligence genes harder to reproduce by intensifying. There, I feel like this is like ascribing. I know that this is not the first time I've seen uh, Chirac tie this to tie gender accelerationism to a sort of eugenicist thing, right? Like saying, "Oh well, this is eugenics," but that's entirely a fabrication. There is no. I don't even think the black paper mentions genes once. I'm going to look. Okay. General Electric. Uh, the biological duty imposed on women to be the productive space from which the future is produced, to be carriers of genetic information. Uh, the latter tend to be considered, I guess, genetic failures by the standards of masculine gender roles. Uh, which is talking about like how nerds are portrayed, not like an actual.
Right. It's the social context
Yeah,
and the way that we explain these failures.
yeah, and then new general public license, general. Uh, Notion of IQ shredding follows the same form, where the acceleration of human intelligence ultimately destroys human intelligence by making the ability to pass on these genes more and more difficult. Oh, so this is literally referencing to the notion of the IQ shredder, which is like, let's be honest, it's a 4chan sort of fashy meme that says, well, IQ is being destroyed because us nerds can't get pussy, right?
Right.
That's not Nyx saying this. That's a reference to the IQ Shredder. The Book of
She's
Genesis.
appropriating.
Yeah, she's appropriating this, and she's describing it as she appropriates the term.
Yeah.
To something else, something completely different. The process is the same. Reproduction suffers, and the thing being accelerated becomes shredded. So this is not literally saying that genetic. Well, I guess it is saying that genetic information isn't passed down, but that's because transitioning means you don't engage in like sex for reproduction, really.
Right. Or incapable of it, or what have you. There's a physical blocker.
Yeah. And so that's not like saying this is eugenics because it posits that the quote unquote reproduction of the trans woman is not done through genetics. It is done through another medium. The medium of the gender binary being collapsed. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then it's a Book of Genesis, Genesis 3, generation, generation, generations, general. The quote from Sadie Plant, unfortunately for Darwin's theories, females do not necessarily choose males who are fit in Darwinian terms. They choose males through virility tests designed to get the most males killed through exhaustion, disease, and violence, purely so the females can tell which males have the best genes. That's Plant saying that, not Nyx. Nyx is
It's also
just,
not inaccurate.
Yeah, it's also inaccurate. Like,
no, it's not inaccurate. I mean, in a lot of species, that's totally the case. I mean, like,
Yeah.
fuck, look at peacocks. Do you think it's actually like evolutionary advantageous to like spend a tremendous amount of like metabolic activity just to make some fucking colors that you have to carry around?
True.
3/4 of your body weight, like. Yeah, it's not inaccurate. I mean, but it depends on the species that you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's not an overall.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
this is talking about natural selection.
Right.
It's that's also the next reference is the next line. Natural selection, in other words, is a eugenics program directed by females to find a male that will best carry their genes. And the genes males inherit are therefore not meant to ensure they are the most fit for survival, rather that they are more likely to have to fight for their survival. Next says general, and that's it. That's all. So it's not really. Nyx never really makes any strong claims about genetics that is not referencing to some earlier thinker, and it isn't saying that like the gender shredder, the Darwinian ratchet, is a genetic process, which seems to be what Chirac is claiming here, right?
Right.
Yeah. IQ nor human intelligence, even from a pure scientific perspective, that works like this either. Synaptic connection between nerve cells are not established in the same way as the printed circuits of a computer, but rather by means of trial and error by selection. I haven't read Catherine Malibu, so I don't know what exactly she says. But I guess this is a... Is this a claim about, like, evolutionary intelligence, or a claim about how intelligence develops within the individual? Because it doesn't seem to be clear here.
I don't know.
I guess it's saying as opposed to genetic, with the complexity of the brain proving to be far more important than the sum of the genes.
It's just talking about like the physical mechanisms of plasticity.
Yeah, and so this actually doesn't contradict Nyx at all. Like, this is just an expansion upon like how IQ might work in general. Again, I don't think any IQ scientist has discovered the actual G factor. If they had,
there's not really IQ scientists.
Well,
there's not really IQ scientists. Like most people who study intelligence like recognize that there is no definitive metric that is actually
Yeah.
you can't produce like a predictable framework with what we currently know of intelligence.
Yeah.
There's no way to determine like
I think
Yeah.
Maeve was being flippant.
Somewhat, yeah. There is no, yeah. Well, like you said, we literally can't determine quite how intelligence works. We don't know the mechanism by which it works. We don't know, like, the context in full. But, so, this process does not take place only during the so-called critical periods of development. Rather, throughout its life, the brain undergoes synaptic modifications imprinted upon it by its experience. So, this does not contradict the notion that the general, if this is the case of how IQ forms, it does not contradict Nix's observation that the surviving trans people tend to be the ones who have a higher IQ. In fact, it would be rather the opposite case, because the higher IQ would be reflective of having been forced into these experiences which force the development of new strategies for survival, right? So this literally does not even contradict what it's saying, it's contradicting. Like, do y'all agree with that, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, most of this paper is just kind of like a word salad.
Yeah, so basically it's asserting that Nix is saying that intelligence comes from a genetic origin, which Nix is not saying, and then it says, here's this alternative understanding of how intelligence functions. This alternative understanding of intelligence, IQ, whatever you want to call it, matches entirely with the mechanism Nix is talking about, or which Nix posits. So this whole segment is just a non-criticism. It's a criticism that makes no sense when you think about it.
This entire paper argues a point that was never made.
Yeah.
As I keep saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't mean to keep repeating myself, but like.
Yeah, I mean it seems very.
I know that people thought I was being harsh when I was calling this really fucking stupid, but like I hope you are starting to understand why I had such a reaction where I was just like, this is fundamentally the dumbest fucking thing that I've ever read in my life.
Yeah, like
wow.
I mean,
yeah, we can keep going. I'm just saying, like, I hope you like I hope there's some understanding now, like why I had that reaction.
Yeah, such stupidities, a flaring ignorance of such liberatory phenomena like neuroplasticity. Is neuroplasticity liberatory necessarily? Like, I feel like this is an odd thing to say. The sheer potentiality of neuronal architecture to be shaped by environmental and habitual practices. Like, this is again just continuing the, oh, Nix doesn't understand science. Here is this understanding of science which comports entirely with what Nix is saying, as opposed to this thing I made up about what Nix is saying that doesn't comport with the science. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. It's hard to respond to this paper because there's no, like, you're basically having to respond to it from a position of like recognize, or like if you understand what the Blake paper was saying, or at the very least like don't completely misunderstand it, and then you read this paper, the thing that you're having to respond to is not even necessarily a position from within the Blake paper, but as like
the
straw man.
Yeah, we have to create like basically a fourth position in response to the straw man that is the black paper.
Yeah.
In this paper.
And so I actually said something very rude to Chirac.
Good.
Over in
I support
Discord
that.
when they first were sharing this and we were talking about like the thing. I said, I'm not sure that it's worth reading and engaging with what you wrote. And like I was going to build up to, but let's say it is, because Chirac was talking about how they needed to be present for people engaging with their work, which fundamentally is something I don't agree with. Like, I don't think that's like necessary at all.
I mean, they obviously didn't give a shit whether or not Nix was there while they were spewing out this, I guess you can call it a paper.
Yeah.
He obviously didn't care whenever we explained much of this, like, months ago. What was it? It was
Yeah.
Yeah. So
2 months ago?
Yeah. So I feel like trying to address the rest in detail is going to be a bit of a waste of time, because if it's anything like this bit so far, then it's just going to be the same. Nix asserts this thing that Nix doesn't actually assert.
Erida says that she's wrong, and we know that she misunderstands Erida because she says this, even though it's not what she said. Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah.
And then every time the actual thing that the person Chirac is referencing says actually comports just fine with what Nix is saying. There's no actual contradiction there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I'm just gonna try and read.
This is a personal vendetta masquerading as an academic paper.
Yeah.
We can skip over to the next section. If you want, if you think that's already handled, we can skip to capitalist futility, since this is a general
critique of acceleration from what I'm seeing. Yeah, I already scrolled down to
it's a critique at best of right accelerationism, but even then I don't think they really understand it.
Yeah, capitalist futility, the principle of acceleration. It's hard not to be heard being invoked nowadays within the advancements of the theories concerning political economy, the tide of constant development of new semiotic regimes of cybernetic imperatives, of machinic productions, etc. The movement of Acc identifies with this principle a new line of flight to what is referred to as the outside, the exit of capital through the acceleration of deterritorialization, a revived historical materialism coupled with vulgar Freudian death drive, surrounded by the ghosts of pessimistic anti-agency. This is a lot of very complex words that aren't really helping describe anything. One must ask, what is it that Acc wishes to accelerate and how? Okay.
So this is a fundamental, I think I can speak on this real quick, if I can.
Feel free.
So this is the fundamental misunderstanding of accelerationism. Accelerationism does not posit that we humans need to accelerate a thing. The entire point of accelerationism that makes it so different from other forms of analysis is the inhuman transvaluation, that there are systems, complex systems that are outside of our control, or outside of our ability to control in a humanistic fashion.
We cannot be party to it.
Yeah. This is like a fundamental misunderstanding of like what accelerationism even is on like its most base of levels. The entire idea of accelerationism is to follow Marx's critique, even past Marx's like most Marx's or not Marx's critique, but Marx's analysis, past the human.
Yeah. And so, accelerationism does not wish to accelerate anything. Like, the accelerationist analysis itself is just saying, these are the systems in place. This is how they are acting at the moment. If we presume that they continue accelerating in this direction, these may be the end results. Then there is the more political aspect, which is how people respond to this. But this is not acceleration in and of itself, it is a response to acceleration. So the xenofeminist says, try to seize whatever technologies you can for your own ends, right? And use this to develop new tools, new systems, new structures, etc. for yourself. But this isn't like...
Right, it's a direct call to action.
Yeah, that's a call to action, but it's not like... That's not accelerationism, that's a response to acceleration, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I know if people see this later, people will ask, well, why is it called accelerationism if we're not if the people who study it aren't actually accelerating anything? Accelerationism is a broad series of philosophies, with the name accelerationism basically imposed upon this field of philosophy from outside of it.
Mm-hmm.
It was someone who wanted to critique Nick Land who popularized the name, and then it kind of snowballed from there. Before it was accelerationism was known by a bunch of different of like neologisms, because the entire idea is of accelerationist philosophy is uh, like rhizomatic libidinal flows, basically. You had names like lesbo-vampirism, K-punk, or no, K-tactics, sorry, cyber-gothic. All these different types of things were what accelerationism is called, or what is called accelerationism is now. Werewolf politics is another one, and vampire politics too, but
Wait, is that a fucking reference to the O9A?
the ONA?
O9A? Order of the Nine Angles?
I have
No.
no idea. I feel
Order
like
of Nine Angles.
Sorry, I was like reading one of their papers the other day, and they have like a werewolf cult or some shit like that. They're a Nazi. They're a Nazi group.
O9A has started to like read late Nick Land, and that has caused them to read some other stuff. And much like a lot of they're, you know how people call like fucking Adam Waffen division accelerationists, but they don't understand. But Adam Waffen doesn't understand what like accelerationism at all. It's the same thing, because O9A is the philosophy behind AWD now.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. No, I mean, like, I know that, like, for the most part, like, basically just seen as this, like, really weird, like, niche, like, right-wing group, and then they bombed a building. And then we're like, oh, wait a minute, maybe they're actually terrorists.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, actually, turns out that it was either the FBI or CIA has
Mhm.
been funding their publishing house since like 2002 or 2006.
Oh my
because-
god. Okay, wait, can you send that? Can you send that to me? Like,
Yeah.
outside of this chat, I don't want to get like super far derailed, but like, please, for the love of God, send that to me. I want to see that.
FBI Temple of Blood.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I hate that. I hate that.
Listen, we have to accept that right-wing accelerationism is an FBI psyop against accelerationism. It's not real. It's just the government trying to recuperate it. That's
There you
that's
go. Take a look in stream materials.
yeah.
Oh my god.
And I say this as a meme, but yeah, it's kind of funny actually.
So
But
the
yeah.
FBI has been funding his operation so that he could infiltrate other organizations. But in so doing, they've also been spreading neo-Nazi organizations.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god. I love that. I mean, I hate it, but I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, what a shit show.
Yeah. God.
You know, there's like sometimes I have to like I don't want to get stuck in like the belief that like somehow the U.S. government or even any of its like organizations are somehow just wildly fucking incompetent. And I know that like because they're not, right? They're really really good at genocide, and they're really really good at like just being kind of objectively evil. But then there's just shit like this where it's just like, yeah, we tried to stop the Nazis, but we ended up making more Nazis, and I can't, like...
I mean, it's just like how...
I want to know what behind-the-scenes fuckery is going on that allows for, like, these specific types of, like, miscommunications to happen that coalesce into, like... Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about it more, I would love to, but we should probably get back to what we were critiquing.
No. Let's totally. Sorry, I'm just okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's get back to what we were talking about. Fuck, that's incredible, though. Like,
Yeah. So, what accelerationism wishes to accelerate and how? We must first identify where this theorem comes from. One passage from Anti-Oedipus may help us here. I quote two passages, both of which are paragraphs. What is the solution? Revolutionary paths, psychoanalysis of little help, entertaining is most blah 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 blah. Not to withdraw from the process, but go further to accelerate the process, as Nietzsche put it. In this matter, the truth is we haven't seen anything yet. It is this identification within the movement of the market via the constant deterritorialization and decoding of flows, whether it be of desire, signs, monies, and commodities, to increase the schizophrenic intensities of the deterritorializations, perhaps. To add more context to this passage, here's what they say beforehand. Wage earners desire, capitalist desire, everything moves to the rhythm of one and the same desire, founded on the differential relation of flows, having no assignable exterior limit, where capitalism reproduces its imminent limits on an ever-widening and more comprehensive scale, blah blah blah. Important parts of this passage are the one concerning capital's limits. How this machine reproduces its limits on a consistently widening and comprehensive scale, symbiotic with the desire of the workers, the signs of money and monetary value. Capital needs the axiom of the commodity of the assignment of value for it to reproduce itself through the investment of desire. The level of the movement of these flows, the overcoding, decoding, recoding of that are the product of the machinic process of capital, where desire is the most poignant. It is here where their theory of the limit of the machine is its most profound. Although capital is insanely schizo, it only operates for one thing, the production of surplus value. Deleuze and Guattari elaborated on this more. To code desire and fear, the anguish of decoded flows, is the business of the socius. As we shall see, capitalism is the only social machine that is constructed on the basis of decoded flows. Blah blah blah. Capital is a liberator of desires, but only operates within the social productions it conditions in response to its own limit. The limit which it decides for itself, which is capital in itself. It is this conflict of the means of production of capital itself, which can be understood, as Deleuze and Guattari put it, attraction and repulsion machines, which only aids. Capitalism schizzes across the surface of the social body, but only to serve the rule of value. So how does one go against this schizophrenic entity? By being even more schizo, of course. They say...
That's not even what D&G were saying, though.
Yeah.
Like... Oh my god.
Yeah. They overcome a limit, they shatter a wall, the capitalist barrier, and of course they fail to complete the process. They never cease failing to do so. Neurotic impasse again closes. The daddy-mommy of Oedipalization, America, the return to the native land, or else perversion of the exotic territories, then drugs, alcohol, or worse still, an old fascist dream. Never has delirium oscillated between its two poles, but through the impasses and triangles, a schizophrenic flow moves irresistibly. Sperm, river drainage, inflamed genital mucus, or a stream of words that do not let themselves be coded, a libido that is too fluid, too viscous, a violence against syntax, a concerted destruction of the signifier, nonsense erected as a flow, polyvocity that returns to haunt all relations, how poorly the problem of literature is put, starting from the ideology that it bears, or from the co-option of it by a social order. People are co-opted, not works, which will always come to wake a sleeping youth, and which will never cease extending the flame. This ever so fluidness, monstrous violence, and so basically this is multiplicity. It is the multiplicity which earlier Chirac says is destroyed by GIAC. Right? Like, it's talking about multiplicity at its core.
Right.
It also references Fang de Noumena. It is within this fractality that discipline invests divide limits of capitalist machine. Yeah. Absolute deterritorialization is not a process of speed. The constant increase in its explosion magnitudes. Okay, this is so dumb. They're
Yeah,
critiquing.
I told you.
They're critiquing the
Bang
acceleration.
Numina, which has been the foundation for the movement.
Well, no, I wasn't even gonna say that. I was gonna say they're critiquing accelerationism by saying the absolute deterritorialization is not a process of speed, but it's not about speed. Acceleration is not like a question of going faster necessarily. It's a question of feedback loops, of feedback cycles, the cyclical process, which accelerates over time, sure, but it's not about speed. It's not like speed in a general sense, it's speed of a cycle, of the speed in which it begins to, the frequency of which a cycle happens, right? So, like, if a cycle goes faster, it does not go further. It simply repeats itself more rapidly over time, right? And so it goes nowhere, but it goes faster. Does that make sense?
It made sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, trying to critique this because it's not about, it doesn't go further when it goes faster, is like just entirely missing the point. Like, capitalism seeks to annihilate space and time, its coordinates. It destroys this space with time, increases circulation. Oh, it's a CMC. Does Nix seek to accelerate the process of circulative capital, but that would only result in increasing the capitalist intensity. Okay, so has Chirac actually read Marx? Because
The answer is no.
that's the entire point of the contradiction inherent in capital. The contradiction inherent in capital is going to cause capital's collapse because the system will fail as it accelerates in time and becomes more and more unstable. Because
What's
it's
the
not a
fucking
stable
saying?
system.
It's the capitalists will sell us the rope that we hang them with, or some shit like that.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it is. Yeah.
And so this is an active rejection of basically all leftist ideas and theory.
Yep.
But it does it using Marxist terms that, frankly, I'm not quite sure it understands. Like,
No, like it's like I was saying the other day, like this paper was either done incredibly in bad faith, or they are too stupid to realize what it is that they're arguing.
two things can be true.
And I'm like, and I'm more on the side that this person just doesn't understand what it is that they're arguing, rather than like actual maliciousness. They don't actually think that they're capable of being malicious in this regard.
Encounters with the phallic other. Oh boy, just that title of the segment. The phallic other.
Oh no, it gets worse.
The other being phallic. That's an interesting understanding of how otherness under patriarchy works. The phallus, the dick, the penis, this is the mortal enemy of Nix. The figure of the phallus...
I think Chirac went to fuck nuts.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going on here. This is actually just like some sort of like weird posturing, and she won't. She doesn't even know he exists, and that upsets him.
Yeah.
That's my read of this.
That's
about as much thought as this paper deserves.
Yeah, in an effort to displace the phallus from the identity of the sovereign figure as the transcendental, the result is only a reunion with the phallic signifier, the tailing of lack of law and signifier. What? Okay, so... What? That's a lot of words
Word salad.
to
It's all word
say
salad.
something which I don't think even has, like,
A meaning.
yeah, to displace the phallus from the identity of the sovereign figure, like, it's, what? The identity of the sovereign figure. What part of GIAC is interested in creating a sovereign figure as the transcendental, the very literal meaning of castration being put forth in the black paper? The literal blah 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 takes for granted the presence of the phallus, blah blah blah. Phallus is not the discovery of possessing one, it is the absence of the penis which turns one into the phallus. This event is what creates the double knot within the unconscious. Thus, in retroactive effect, the mother then becomes the phallic mother. Lacan speaks of the phallus as more of a simulacrum, which appears as a signifier. Phallus does not accentuate a real relation. Phallus is not the function for a need or a want. Phallic signifier actually necessitates a resistance to such things. This confrontation is what creates the knot within the unconscious to begin with. Conditioned, blah blah blah. Alienation manifests as a similar phenomena as when Marx speaks of an alienated labor. Oh, so being patriarchy means you are alienated from your phallus. What? It's alienate.
Yep.
Labor power becomes an object to be exploited as value-creating function, rather than the effects of that labor being returned to the worker in full. It is a loss of realization and thus a devaluation of the worker. Phallus has a similar relation between the unconscious as does the proletariat with the means of production. What?
It sounds like he's trying to engage in kind of like a reverse kind of Irrigarian analysis and trying to posit the phallus as the the function of reproduction, or like the focus of the reproductive system.
There are so many better ways to do that symbolically.
The concept of castration.
That's what it sounds like. I could be wrong.
Okay.
I don't think you're that far off though. Like you're not like.
Yeah. The phallus is not a manifestation of a subconscious dependence on something, but rather appears as a pure sign. It is the conjoinment with the other that this sign of need is spoken of, but then repressed and reappears as desire. Thus desire is desire for another, is reduced and thus is returned in a from of excess beyond the resident demand for such. It reappears as such, maintaining the unconditional structure as the apparent need for love. This loss is, in a sense, related to the Marxist concept of loss of realization. What?
Yep.
This is incoherent.
It is.
Like, okay, so
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna invite Chirac to come chat, so that he can explain, or so that they can explain this stupid ass shit.
no, please don't. Like, I said at the beginning of not this stream but the last stream, because the fucking stream broke, that there were a couple of people who I did not want to have on here. I'm generally fine with having anyone else on here. Chirac is someone I do not wish to speak to directly, because every interaction I've had with them has been in terribly bad faith on their parts, and so I'm just not interested in talking to them directly. I'm fine with attempting to engage with their work, such that it is. I'd prefer to avoid, like,
Actual direction.
presuming that they are, like, entirely in bad faith. But it's hard for me to reach any other conclusion based entirely on the contents of the work. And so, yeah. So I'm not familiar with Lacan, but my understanding is Lacan builds on the Freudian conception of gender, right? Builds through it, rather. And so Freud literally conceptualizes gender as the perception of absence in the mother creates the recognition within the male subject, and it's always a male subject, of his position as having the phallus. It's not an alienation from it. The one alienated from it is the woman who then, in Freud's work, has penis envy due to her lack, and is incapable of engaging in productive work because of that. I don't know how exactly Lacan plays with this, but that is my understanding of how Freud works with it. And
That's
it is
accurate.
it is what Deleuze and Guattari are engaging with themselves, right? They are not addressing Lacan, they are addressing Freud. Lacan is iterating on Freud, but if the core assumptions are already undermined, then there's no real fucking reason for us to, like, carry on further with it, is there?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Although I do like the so the in point 3 when they talk about castration.
Yeah, the concept of
As-
castration is not a pure negation of the phallus, or even the mere negation of the negation. It is the pure loss that emerges as such, as the residue of the obliteration of the principle of need. In this unconditional relationship with need, desire substitutes this absolute condition, and thus results in an untying of the Borromean knot within the unconscious. This conception of love is thus resistant to need. Phallic desire is not the yearn to be satisfied, blah blah blah. This is just the fascist psychology of psychoanalysis through Freud, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, and like it also kind of like misunderstands castration from a symbolic standpoint.
Yeah.
Because castration isn't the removal of the phallus; it's the removal of like the what's the word I'm looking for? Vigor of the phallus.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because like the whole point, the whole like what makes like
Okay, so I think this is actually like the point that is being critiqued. The phallus is its own affirmation and negation. It affirms itself through its negation and even beyond such negation. That is the patriarchal logic. That is the logic of patriarchy, the fascist logic of patriarchy. The phallus affirms its own existence and its own non-existence in the other, right?
yeah.
So would you say, based on this, that Chirac is in fact the fascist in this?
I mean, we may as well just go complete like, yeah, I don't know, like leftist meme games. Everyone's a fascist. Chirac's a fascist.
I'm
Calling
not sure I would say Chirac is a fascist, but I think that Chirac is perpetuating certain fascist ideas, at minimum. Like, I'd prefer to act in as good faith as possible towards Chirac.
Alright,
Which
fine.
is
Then
why I'm
Chirac-
not inviting Chirac on here, because if I end up talking to them, then I will conclude they are acting in bad faith, and I will act in bad faith in return. Just because I will not be able to avoid, like, having to do the bullshit debate tactics games, right? Like,
Right. Eventually, Chirac gets called an idiot.
yeah, like,
Like,
because like I'm willing to guarantee, I would pretty much guarantee if I invited Chirac in here, pulled Chirac into this conversation,
Ow.
they would try to talk over me. They would engage in the debate bro game. They would present, they would not listen to what I'm saying. They would present these like absurd qualifications, and because of this, I do not trust them to have this conversation with me directly. I'll have this conversation with them through the intermediary of their work, which I can myself interact with in as good faith as possible, even if it is, I think, in bad faith. Does that make sense?
You can just say that Shirak's got a spooky brain.
True. Yeah.
Shirak's got a spooky brain. I don't want to get haunted.
Yeah. They've got this fixed idea of Giac, and they are not going to let go of the fixed idea. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as is obvious, like it'd be different if like this was like Shirak's like first like public engagement with the ideas being set forth, but they're not. They're like the fifth, and it's like accumulated into this. Like, okay, have you looked at the rest of this Substack? This is the only paper. This is the only thing that Shirak has actually spent time on to. I don't know. I'm like hesitant to call it writing, but like.
I mean, it's writing.
It's the only thing that like Shirak has put words to ideas with.
Yeah.
Like.
I'm not sure I'd say it's good writing, but it's writing. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, there's this like we're looking at somebody's obsession right now. This is not actually like academic works. It's somebody's like. It's somebody being haunted and like how they're going to like deal with that.
Yeah. And so. Yeah, this is basically saying, oh, the phallus is the other which Nyx hates, but like that's fundamentally misunderstanding. Like, not only the psychoanalysis that Shirak is presenting, but also Nyx's work. I feel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm just gonna skip the rest of this segment because, fuck it.
It's really not worth reading.
Yeah, temporal catastrophe. We've reached a sort of wall here. In this short time, we've addressed the claims of Technics, Telos, Capital, and the Phallus, but there is still one more principle of finality which allows all this system to completely flow through as is. The horizon of temporality and difference. These epochs of Capital is Technics as singularity, as this ultimate conclusion is the transcendental comportment of being qua becoming, caught up in this dialectical quasi-Hegelian movement towards this so-called nothingness. Oh boy. So if I were to try and get rid of the technical jargon and present this as in plain English, this is we've addressed these claims. We need to address one more claim. We need to address the progression of capital and techno-capital, which is a technical term, so I've already fucked up, as a transcendental process which is dialectical and quasi-Hegelian movement towards nothingness. I guess that's a reference to the feminine zero, the occultic nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in that sense, I suppose that this is Shirak trying to address the gender abolitionist aspect of the framework. But
Sorta?
But it's not only cloaked in a bunch of fucking philosophical jargon to try.
I mean, the irony of it is that he's only addressing the masculine aspects of that abolition.
Yeah. And so, well, I mean, I feel like that's the case with a lot of stuff because people presume that when Nyx is talking about the abolition of gender through the feminine, through the trans feminine especially, that she's talking about the institution of a dictatorship of the feminine as a, like, literal...
Transatlantic empire.
Yeah, like, literally taking control of society, force feminizing everyone, etc., etc. And that's not what it is, right? Like, it's a fundamentally misunderstanding the gender abolitionist position of GIAC as being the enshrining of a matriarchy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Trans matriarchy.
Yeah, the trans
You have to
matriarchy.
be, you have to be specific because it's not about them cis women.
Yeah. I mean, it is about the cis women because the cis women are also liberated through this process of gender being abolished. But yeah,
No, don't you know? Only trans women are important.
yeah.
Everyone must become a trans woman.
Okay, this is actually something.
Anything less.
This is actually something funny because the gender abolitionist future posited by Nix in gender accelerationism is literally beneficial to the trans masculine, right? If all masculinity becomes technologically mediated presentation, then that is obviously beneficial to the trans masculine individual who is engaging in this because that process of morphological freedom becomes more normalized, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not centered on the trans masculine, but it's not like negative towards trans masculinity in the short to medium term. And in the long term, it's literally gender abolitionist in such a way that,
I mean, I guess you
like,
could read it that like trans masculine people are basically capping themselves, but like, I don't know if I necessarily disagree with that.
yeah, I feel like that is one of the criticisms that is made of GIAC. It's not one that I can really address here because it's like always like an offhand tweet. I could probably try and find these offhand tweets, but fuck that. Or like an offhand comment in some Discord somewhere, right? But yeah. So
yeah.
I don't even know if that's going to get brought up here. Maybe it will be, because I think Chirac mentions like I'm waiting for Chirac to say that Nix is advocating for eugenics through the genetic abolition of maleness. Because that's an argument I've seen Chirac make before. And it's a very
Mm-hmm.
funny argument. I just find it hilarious, personally. Like, it's just so fucking weird. Like, how do you get that? Where does that come from? Like, I don't know.
We're watching somebody's ego breakdown. Like that's what this paper is. It's just a recording of somebody's insecurities coming
Yeah, I
out
guess.
onto paper, and they're trying not to be vulnerable, so they're wrapping it around with a bunch of like weird, like esoteric fucking academia that ultimately most of it doesn't have anything to do with what it is they're actually criticizing, and like trying to pretend that they're above it all while being like really, really pathetically affected.
Okay, so I feel like this is actually trying to address the gender abolitionist tones, but it doesn't understand that they're gender abolitionists, really. Um, Throughout the text, Nix constantly assigns this ontic nothingness to the feminine principle. It is the non-gender, the principle of zero, etc., as a mode of transcendence to this referred outside. Here, non is not used as non-standard or non-Euclidean, but as is not, or negation. Pure negation as such. This takes on more of a monist mode of thought, as this nothing is referred to as both the beginning and the end of these ontic trajectories. Okay, so firstly, like, monist mode, like, again, we've mentioned before that this is like the reassertion of multiplicity by the destruction of the gender binary system, which destroys multiplicity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, referring to this as monism, like, let me see if I can find the exact definition of it, so I'm not, like, misrepresenting it, because I might misremember, like, some of the details. Monist. A view that there is only one kind of ultimate substance. The view that reality is one unitary organic whole with no independent parts. Right, that's basically what I'm assuming it is. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so the notion that gender accelerationism presents a monist form does not make sense because it is the abolition of the patriarchal monism of gender, right? Where there is, like, the multiplicity of genders collapses into the two genders, which collapses into the one gender through Freud. And basically a lot of historical European philosophy, to be honest, where the masculine is the only truly human individual, and the feminine
right
is
back.
the other. Oh, okay. I'll see you when you get back. But yeah, it's just it's literally backwards. Like it's
No, like that's like so. I mean, like I in this portion of it, like I'll give Shrek the benefit of the doubt in the sense that like it seems like they're genuinely trying to like concepts in a way that like is well-meaning, but like the one like the fundamental fuck up that Shrek makes is that like they assume that this notion of gender abolition or what they're perceiving as gender abolitionism. I mean, it is, but it's not explicitly stated in the black paper. Is more akin to like turf conceptions of abolitionist thought.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
like they're arguing against a point that was never made in the first place. Like it's not this creation of a non-gender, or it's or a not gender,
Yeah,
a gender. Whatever the fuck
it is the
but
abolition, the absolute abolition of the existing system through
Yeah.
the trans feminine becoming more and more prominent and undermining the system more and more, right?
Yeah.
And so like this just entirely misunderstands it. Like I don't know how to say anything beyond that. It's like it is
I know
literally backwards.
it seems like a cop out to like perpetually be reading this, being like, "Oh,
Yeah,
this
like-
is arguing this aspect." It's like, well, that's not what's being argued. So
Yeah, I'm actually
No?
I'm just gonna go to the end and read like the final paragraph. Just because
no, that's the worst
there's
part.
not much more, and it's just gonna be the same repetitive thing. Like I wish I could say
Yeah,
something other
you
than
know,
that.
go ahead and read that last paragraph, and then I just want to listen to your
Yeah.
your fucking response to that.
Yeah. This radical separation from the subject has its own separation in relation to said objects, as a more reversing break to position itself by this operation of transcending, to overcome, to surpass, thus outlining the operation for this motif of this referred outside with a capital O, through this applied labor power of thought itself, labor power being used not in its natural sense as the living labor power absorbed in relation to the means of production, as Marxists would put it, but more an applied formation of things forced upon others. However much Nix may say this is going beyond such limitations, this is still limited in several manners, too plagued with its prior philosophical motif of old times. It is too bounded by the ontological horizon in tandem with the rationality of capital, or the inhuman irrationality of capital. This only employs the transcendental to its own selfish usage, not the essence of it, which it has the illusion of grasping. To this reason, it is why she has to speak of it as a positive signifier, because it can only be an addition to this transcendence and not its absolutes. Acc is imperialism upon thought itself. Fascist posturing is what this is. Absorbed in this imperialist invoking of difference to satisfy itself, pure philosophical implosion. I shall end it with these final words: I am not a woman and never will be. Oh boy. Fascist posturing is what this is, but not Acc. Sorry, that's a bit mean, but jeez. Wow.
Yeah. There's a whole person here who wrote this whole paper who is so offended by what Nick said and doesn't even know that like she castrated them.
Damn.
Yeah. Like I wasn't just being mean in the chat when I was just like, this person has masculinity issues.
No, like,
Like it's really fucking obvious, especially like the end paragraph, like because that's the important part, right? Everything else is just posturing up until this point.
yeah,
But the very
like,
end paragraph, I am not a woman and never will be, even though that was never inserted in the black paper.
yeah, like,
Like if that's your end note, like yeah.
yeah, I am not a woman and never will be. Okay, whatever.
Yep.
I, like,
Yep.
it's pure fragile masculinity being injured. Like,
Oh, I know.
they're,
And that's actually like okay, so that's like I'm gonna get canceled for this, but I'm a fucking nobody anyway. Like that's why I thought that this was like some AFAB paper. So I was just like, oh, this reads like some AFAB trans mass person having fucking issues with their masculinity and is super fucking pissed that Nick's basically described a world in which they were not allowed to explore or create that masculinity for themselves.
I mean, that's not even the world
wrong,
Nick
but that's their
describes.
right.
So, like,
Yeah.
I don't get why that's a criticism that would be made, like, except
No, I
for...
know. I'm just saying I could have understood that as a misunderstanding,
Okay.
right? I could see where that is being like it's not justified, and I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying I could see where that is, and like this is their response to some perceived slight against their masculinity.
Yeah.
But this is an AMAB person,
Yeah. And,
which is kind of what's fucking with me the most. Which is honestly why I think Shrek is probably not trans at all, and they're just a cis dude who likes to play language games, and that's why they're they in the chat, because I called him he. And then after that chat, and after that whole implosion, after I got banned from the channel, like somebody else asked for
their pronouns, and they said he, they.
He, they.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is like if I'm gonna be like a super problematic piece of shit, like honestly, this kind of just reads like some cis dude who likes to play language games and his masculinity's got threatened and he decided to do that whole like fuckboy, new atheist, like I'm the next Christopher Hitchens bullshit, but this time it Nick's.
Yeah.
And that's what this is.
I mean, it feels a little unfair, but it also feels like this is giving me like strong Destiny word game vibes, right? Like
Yeah.
the whole I don't know if you saw that screen cap where Destiny basically quote unquote came out in DGG chat.
Wait, who?
Destiny, he's a Twitch streamer. Much bigger than
Oh,
I'll
okay.
probably ever be, but whatever. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
We're both Twitch affiliates. Yeah.
Okay.
He's just a much bigger Twitch affiliate. Destiny came out. Okay, so background. Destiny wanted to get into a Twitch panel. This Twitch panel was a trans-only panel.
Okay.
Destiny came out in his chat room as being AMAB trans mass.
No. Okay, no, I do know about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he did it in a way which is like, haha, you can't keep me off of the fucking panel now, because I'm trans too.
Yeah.
And, like...
And obviously, like, it kind of pushes up against that narrative that, like, find it as someone else's transness. But at the same time, it's just like, okay, cool. Like, we can recognize the fact that, like, cis men will consistently co-opt narratives as a means to invade spaces, right? And at a certain point, we kind of have to intentionally be problematic in the way that we judge that as a means to protect those spaces. Because it's way better to be a fucking asshole and right than to be too nice and provide a space that isn't actually, like, safe for anybody at all.
Yeah. And so...
At least that's my take on it anyway.
Yeah.
A lot of people will disagree with that.
I mean, I can see why they would disagree with it. But when we talk about someone who's like, I am not a woman and never will be, like, an AMAB person, it's very clear, like, they have a problem with being perceived as feminine, right?
Right.
Even if they are...
And, like, I get it. Like, even if they are, like, genuinely non-binary, like, yeah like,
even if they are genuinely non-binary, they clearly have a problem with being seen as feminine or female. They
Yeah.
reject that. And so in that way, they are still acting within the norms of patriarchy, even if they are non-binary, because they are sort of
Yeah.
forced to. In order to
Yeah.
avoid being seen as feminine, the patriarchy enforces that you perform as masculine. Like that's the binary structure of patriarchy, right?
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario is that this person is in fact non-binary and is a deeply misogynistic piece of shit.
Yeah, and that's quite
Worst case
possible. Like
scenario, they're
being,
just a cis dude playing fucking games
yeah,
as a
being
means to like
non-binary.
a shoe being.
Yeah, being
Yeah.
non-binary does not exclude someone from like engaging in masculine presentation. It's like it does not
Yeah.
exclude someone from engaging in the systems of patriarchy or from engaging in masculinity as a social construct, right?
Right.
And so this person is very clearly engaging with an injured sense of masculinity with the notion that the future is female, right?
Yeah.
And that's like just a very general like criticism to throw at them.
Yeah.
And I think it's based on what I've read, I think that's like literally entirely valid. That's the only conclusion I can reach from reading their work. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding. Like everyone thought I was being an asshole, but I was just like, no, like I actually read the whole thing. It's like this person is fucking an asshole. Like
Yeah.
they fucking suck.
Yeah.
Like, sorry you have fucking issues with your gender, my guy. Like,
Yeah. But yeah, I don't want to make
So-
this like too much clown on Chirac. We've already spent like an hour on Chirac. Holy crap. 2 hours on Chirac even. Wow.
well, and like, so like the thing that also kind of fucks me up though is that like, Chirac, like, okay, so go to their homepage, like the because it's obviously the one article that they've written, right? But go to the main page that they have.
Yeah.
Because they describe themselves as an Afro pessimist.
But they
Hey,
have,
Nyx is also an Afro pessimist.
damn.
Huh?
Nyx is also an Afro pessimist.
No, I know, but that's the thing is that like Afro pessimism or fucking Black accelerationism, like realistically speaking, like these trends are the very or the way that you like analyze something are like similar. They're not the exact same because obviously race and gender are different, and I'm not going to sit here and say that like they're the same and you can just kind of copy and paste from one to the other. But like theoretically speaking, like Chirac should have the tools to be able to recognize the similarities and analysis. And then if that's the case, then they either chose not to because they're a misogynistic piece of shit, or they don't actually understand what Afro-pessimism is. Which I just thought was interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, just to address
What all?
I just went down to the last paragraph and like addressed it. SureShot asked in chat fascist posturing, and I'm not sure when he posted this, but basically, okay, so Chirac accused Nyx of engaging in fascist posturing, right?
Wait, is SureShot saying that?
What?
SureShot, what are you saying?
SureShot is saying it in Twitch chat.
I think they're asking what fascist posturing they're talking about.
Yeah, okay, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they're saying that Nyx is doing fascist posturing because they've got Nyx's work entirely backwards. But in order to get Nyx's work entirely backwards, they have to basically take for granted, like, that the fascist posturing of patriarchy is a default neutral stance, and they have to like accept the psychoanalytic perspective, which is in a lot of ways built upon the worldview of fascist patriarchy. And so this is it is a very much accepting toxic masculinity and fascist masculinity as a default stance through the perpetuation of the patriarchy, right?
Right.
And so I'd say Chirac is unironically perpetuating fascist memes through their work. Like, even if it's not intentional, they're doing so.
Right. They're mimicking it.
Yeah. And they might be mimicking it knowingly, or they might be mimicking it entirely unknowingly. I'm going to assume they're doing it entirely unknowingly, because like I said earlier, I want to engage in as good faith as possible with this.
Yeah. Like I said initially, this person is either really stupid or really, really fucked. And I think that they're just really stupid.
Yeah. Like, they've somehow managed to get everything entirely backwards, which is not an easy feat, honestly. Like,
I mean, it's not an easy feat, especially whenever.
Yeah.
So, for context, I've had conversations with Chirac before, and one of his critiques was that it's programmatic fascist, kind of that kind of nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
But then later, whenever it's explained that it's not programmatic, he kind of moved the goalpost and said, well, if it's not programmatic, then it's useless, philosophically.
Yeah.
He wants his cake and eat it too.
Yeah. They seem to have a very,
Or they,
yeah. Like, I was engaging with them too at that point, and this is part of why I stopped engaging with them, was because I felt they were acting in very bad faith, goalpost shifting, using like a lot of shitty debate bro tactics to try and win the discussion rather than engage with the opposing side, right? And so that's why I don't really see too much value in engaging with them directly. I decided to try and engage with them directly here, but yeah. Okay, I just got pinged. I'll read out what Shurshad said. To toast, I also add on either being a misogynistic piece of shit or not understanding Afro-pessimism. Why not both? I mean, two things can be true. That last bit was me.
That's true. He can be misogynistic. Oh shit, it's true.
But yeah.
Yeah, I just try to be a little bit careful about, like, because Chirac is black, and if they're claiming to be an Afro-pessimist, I'm not going to sit here and tell a black person to understand black philosophy, because that's fucked on a whole other level that I don't want to. Like, I'm okay with being problematic on a certain level, but, like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be because I'm actually problematic and not because I'm a racist piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, let's look at this next criticism of acceleration. This doesn't seem to be a criticism of GIAC. It seems to be like a criticism of accelerationism as a whole. Which, let me see if it even mentions GIAC.
It mentions Nix, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Queer acceleration. Perhaps one problem here is that gender politics as a whole needs to escape itself, broadening its horizons to become not merely a gender movement, but a queer movement. The widely derided but actually quite excellent gender accelerationist black paper. So this isn't even like a criticism of GIAC. This is just this is a criticism of xenofeminism that puts GIAC as a better alternative to xenofeminism, which I don't know. I actually feel like GIAC and xenofeminism aren't opposed to each other in any way.
They build off each other. I mean, they build off of the same basis. They're fundamentally compatible.
Yeah, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like between the two, I prefer XF, which is my personal stance on the matter. You can quote that, clip it and ship it, etc. But
Do we want to go with like some of the like really low effort criticisms of GIAC?
Oh my
I
god,
am
yes.
entirely fine with that.
All right.
Do you know
As long as
something?
it's not word salad. Can you is there something that's like in simple terms really stupid?
I've got a couple.
Okay.
The GIAC black paper doesn't mention trans men.
I think we actually already addressed this. I brought it up independently. I'm not sure if it was like before you left or not, but it was like I feel like the take that it doesn't address trans men directly, therefore bad, is like really fucking facile, because the future it posits is a future in which like there's like in which all masculinity is technologically mediated, in which like and in the long term in which the patriarchal gender binary itself collapses. This is not negative for trans men. Firstly, it normalizes morphological freedom for trans men through like the normalization of using these technological mediations for preserving a sort of masculinity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And through initially the normalization of morphological freedom through the reaction to trans femininity and transition in general, causing it to become more well known, like literally the quote unquote gender shredder, right?
Wait, real quick, because I wasn't here. Did y'all address the previous paper's complete and total lack of understanding of antipraxis?
I think I skipped past that actually. Like anti-praxis, I feel like it doesn't even really need addressing because we sort of addressed it before, uh, when we were talking about like how acceleration doesn't.
Okay. So my issue with the whole it doesn't mention trans men is that there seems to be, and this is going to go in with another one that I'm going to get later on, but there seems to be this demand that trans women have to center trans men or men in general within our within anything we write, or else it's completely and totally invalid.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, men demanding space in women's in stuff that women have done for themselves, which belies a kind of like.
But also, sorry, being a man is not subversive.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just fucking say it. Like, I don't even fucking care anymore. Like, it's not radical to be a trans. Want to become a man within a society that benefits men, and like, yeah, like sure, transphobia is a thing and stuff like that, and that's definitely true. But at the end of the fucking day, like, nobody's looking at like from the I guess from a patriarchal perspective, somebody they see as a woman and being like, yeah, you know, it's really. I totally can't get why you'd want to be a man.
Yeah, so this kind of ties into another one of those really low effort criticisms. Cat girls don't like trans men or are trans misandrous.
I am in fact a trans misandrous, and I hate trans men. Unironically, that is a for real thing.
Damn. I mean, I get along with most of the trans men I know. Like, I actually can't think of any trans men I personally know who I don't get along
To
with.
be clear, in case the laugh wasn't clear, that's a joke.
Yeah.
So
I mean, as a category, I don't like trans men.
I don't.
In the
So
same
like,
way that I hate men within the context of like within patriarchal notions of men.
this
I don't separate trans men from that.
I think this is
Yeah.
like a personal issue you have with them rather than like something intrinsic to GIAC, because I think both Sophia and I get along pretty well with most of the trans men we know.
I have plenty of trans men who are like that I'm friends with. Like it's not that I like. I don't trust trans men in the same. Actually, I trust trans men less than I trust cis. But like, it's not that I'm incapable of being friends with trans men or trans masked people. I just also understand the social context that they exist in, and not only that, what power they have to utilize within trans communities. And I've seen that used not only against myself but others as well. So yeah, like I'm not like super fucking all about their existence, especially in relation to me. But that doesn't mean I don't have trans men as friends.
So, to be clear, what is being said is that trans men are men.
Yeah.
And that means within the context of society that they're not necessarily going to be the best allies of trans women.
Yeah, crazy.
Or women in general. And so being trans feminists, trans women, or gat girls in particular, there is a degree of mistrust from historical and ongoing actions within the trans community to kind of minimize the way, like the disparity in which transphobic violence and rhetoric is expressed against the community.
And trans men are capable of furthering that violence. Like it's not problematic to say that. I'm sorry, but it's just fucking not. Mm-hmm. Like I have on a number of occasions, like I don't know, I call it the dual identity. But like trans women are men or they're women, depending on like what easier to enact violence against us, right? So like the common example is that like if I go out to a public space and I flash my tits, I'll get arrested, but I'll get thrown into a men's prison. And like that is kind of like the crux of like trans misogyny, is that like I am a man or a woman depending on what makes it easier to enact that violence. Trans men, on the other hand, are able to like choose what gender they are seen as, or at the very least like how they are treated as a means to enact violence on other people. And I've seen that like personally in like there was there was like a small group of like trans folks in my hometown, and a trans woman like spoke up and was just like, I have been trying to get this trans man to like be held accountable for raping me. And is that against the words on Twitch? I don't know what the fucking list is.
I don't think it's against the toss. Okay.
I mean, and obviously I'm not sitting here like threatening people with it or anything like that, but like that's all she wanted. She just wanted fucking accountability and like an actual fucking apology. And the trans man's response to that was that he's not really a man, so he couldn't have raped her.
Oof.
Yeah. But and it's not even the fact that like he did that, which is like morally disgusting for a number of reasons. It was the fact that he was allowed to get away with it, which is what shows the like structural like lack of accountability that trans men have within trans communities.
Yeah, and their ability to kind of like disrupt communities.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So like I don't know. So like I don't hold the whole like trans people like have this like overarching like trans narrative that we all experience to one degree or another. Like I don't have anything common with trans men, and I'm not going to pretend that I do.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Like. Yeah. So the issue here is that in a lot of cases, trans women, the material reality for a lot of trans women is that trans men still fit within, or are within the, are basically slotting into the social context of being the beneficiaries of the patriarchal beneficiary class at our expense. In many cases. That's not all of them. Not all of them are, to be clear, there are always going to be people who can overcome these like...
Oh my god, can we not do the not all men thing, please? Like, I understand why you're doing it, but like, if at a certain point, if somebody's listening to this stream and they don't understand why not all men is like problematic and they can't fucking apply that to trans politics, then they should just fuck off in general.
Unfortunately, the way that these things are framed, you kind of have to, otherwise people are going to throw a fit.
And they can throw a fit. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm so fucking done placating people on stuff like this. Like I have no patience for it.
I understand. But yeah, that's basically the crux of that non-real criticism. What's another one? Oh, the why do Gat girls make so many force fem memes?
Because we know it upsets the people.
Yeah, because trans women get accused of wanting to force fem all men all the time, and so it's something that they would ironically meme about because it's something they get accused of. I don't know, like, that feels really obvious.
At a certain point, you just got to play into the narratives, right? Like,
I don't know that you
because
have
it's
to,
not going
but
to stop coming. If somebody calls me like a force femming faggot, I'm gonna be like, yeah, you know what? I want to cut your dick off and force you to be a woman.
damn.
I'm gonna get you a ball gag too, make you be real cute.
Careful with the F word.
What?
The F word.
God
Yeah.
damn it! What am I allowed to say?
Nothing problematic.
Well, that has been this entire stream for me.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing is that Twitch's TOS is... This is another example. Twitch's TOS is generally enforced somewhat irregularly, but it's more enforced on trans women. So we have to be a little bit more careful here than we would necessarily like in our own spaces, just because this is a place that is... It's one of the only places to stream, but it's also like a hostile place for trans women to stream. Like, there's a reason why I'm not advertising this stream on Twitter, and that's because if I did, we would get flooded with hate bots. Like, I actually verified...
I don't know how this whole streaming thing works. The people invited me to come talk on shit before, but you're the only person I've actually taken up with because I don't think you're a piece of shit.
Oh, well, thank you. Glad not
I
to be
know.
a piece of shit.
Yeah. Congrats.
I have managed the minimum possible standard of not being a shit. But yeah, So I do think that there's definitely...
Oh, I guess I'm gonna get canceled by my bio then. I don't know who that is, but fucking go for it.
Yeah.
It'll be my 6th one.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah. What was the next one, I guess?
I think we can, if we want to do the Vicky Storm one another time, that would be great.
You're getting a bit tired of it? That's fine.
Yeah.
We've been doing this for like...
hours.
It's been 2.5 hours on this stream. We also had the previous stream, which was... I'm actually not sure how long. Let me double check.
I think it was like an hour and a half or 2. It's like 4 hours.
Yeah, popping over into twitchtv.strigit.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can't...
Oh shit, I do actually have to go. I have a date with a trans girl.
Oh, well. Have fun.
Yeah.
Dates. Yeah.
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 Prime.
Yeah.
Yay, T for T.
Yep.
Bye.
I'm gonna go
Bye.
ahead and call the stream here, and let me see if there's anyone we can raid. Willow and Riley Armageddon. Willow seems to be doing just chatting, so I'm gonna go ahead and pop over there. Yeah. Just because that's a continuation of maybe not the same subject, but the same category. And I figure anyone here who's interested in just chatting will prefer that to old school RuneScape. So those are the two options. So yeah. Alright. And raid starting. Thank y'all for watching, and I hope you have a pleasant evening.